Wang Yi, feeling his feet sore, muttered, "Pinch." The school beauty, Wang Yi, afraid of the dark, "Hold my hand." The school beauty, Wang Yi, "You're mine now. You can't escape." Wang Yi woke up, reborn back to the college entrance exam seen 20 years ago. Faced with a test paper that looked like an ancient manuscript, he was completely stunned. It wasn't enough that the exam was going poorly, then he was knocked flat by the school beauty who got on top of him and gave him a good beating. "Do I have no shame? Fine, take my face, take my body too." Chapter 1, starting with reporting the school beauty. Wang Yi felt like the heavens were playing a huge prank on him. He woke up to find himself back at the 1999 college entrance exam site. From 2023 to 1999. From a greasy middle-aged man to an 18-year-old handsome youth again. Is this a joke? How could something so ridiculous happen? But after being completely stunned for 10 minutes, and pinching his thigh until it turned purple, when he finally accepted the fact. But why at the exam site? Who set this exact time for his rebirth? Someone must really have it out for me. The blackboard boldly displayed. 1999 Jiangxing City Unified College Entrance Examination. July 8, Chemistry. Examination time, 3 p.m. 5 p.m. Looking at the chemistry exam paper in front of him, when he felt like he was struck by lightning. The words MOL, HCO3, and all kinds of ions, electrons, the periodic table, Avogadro's number, he had studied all of it before, but now it looked like an ancient text. He could barely remember a few common terms. Forget solving the problems, he couldn't even understand the questions. He remembered reading a rebirth story before where the female protagonist was reborn from 20 years in the future back to the college entrance exam. She remembered all the knowledge, all the questions, and scored in the 70s, just like that. He was so jealous of that kind of brain. But I don't have that. He rubbed his sore head, but there was no memory fusion happening. His memories were still from 2023. So relying on his own knowledge to solve the questions was out of the question. Fortunately, by the time he was reborn, he had already nearly finished the chemistry exam paper. Only the last two big questions were left. Whatever, leave them blank. The 1999 college entrance exam followed the 3+2 system, and he was taking the science stream. That meant after this chemistry exam, only the last English exam remained tomorrow. Wang Yi remembered that in his previous life, his exam score was 59+, and English was his worst subject. He scored only 7 out of 150, a complete English disaster. But this time, it was different. He had heavily studied English later in life and even worked abroad for 2 years. His English was now excellent. At this moment, he recalled his previous life. His name was Wang Yi. He was a software engineer at Huawei Group, with an annual salary of over $1 million. The night before his rebirth, the company held a celebration banquet to mark the success of their tech development department, which had created a mobile operating system that far surpassed its target in every metric. As a key technical staff member, he was announced by the company president at the celebration as being promoted, with a pay raise and stock options. Excited, he had drunk a little too much. Then, he blacked out. When he woke up, he was reborn. The promotion, the raise, the stock options, he never saw any of them. Gone in an instant. Is this some kind of joke? Wait. The college entrance exam. Wang Yi quickly focused his mind. Does that mean there is something incredibly important that I can still fix? In his previous life, on the third day after the exam, July 12, 1999, a major tragedy occurred. Wang Yi's father, Wang Xiao, was caught cheating and, while trying to escape through the window of the 8th floor of the Hongri Hotel, fell to his death. Wang Yi's mother, Shi Qingqing, was involved in a car accident while rushing to the scene upon hearing the news. Within an hour, Wang Yi lost both parents. The blow was devastating, plunging him into a dark period of his life, and from that moment, everything changed. Thinking of this, Wang Yi was filled with determination and sweat. His eyes became sharper than ever. If the heavens gave him this second chance, he must stop that tragedy from happening. His father could die if he must, but his mother must be saved. Luckily, that event was still a few days away, so there was no need to panic just yet. Wang Yi sat in his seat, starting to scan the room, hoping to catch some luck with his 5.0 vision. Maybe he could solve the last two questions, though he was quickly targeted by the invigilator. The invigilator's piercing gaze met his. Wang Yi pretended to have a sore neck, twisted it a few times, and lowered his head. Thinking about leaving the last two questions blank felt like a waste. So, he randomly copied a few formulas onto the paper, scribbled a bit, and thought, whatever. Just leave it. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Wang Yi walked out of the classroom, stepping onto the second-floor balcony. Looking at the familiar yet strange scene, he felt a sense of unreality. By 2023, Jiangxing No. 1 High School was long gone, replaced by a commercial building. Let us go home, and find Mom. Mom should be on leave these days and not at work. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he ran into a chubby boy. Yi. The boy had a watermelon head and a round face, with two little dimples when he smiled. Wang Yi looked at him, feeling very familiar, but couldn't he remember his name? What your name again? Damn, Yi, are you out of it from the exam? It's me, Wu Qi. Oh, the chubby guy. You look so young now, I almost didn't recognize you. Wu Qi, only one letter away from marrying Shisha, what a pity. The two had known each other since childhood, best buddies. They had bathed together, eaten chicken together, played games together, and chased after girls together. But after Wu Qi got married and had kids in the previous life, they drifted apart, and contact became rare. At this moment, Wu Qi asked, Yi, how did you do in chemistry? Wang Yi casually replied, it was easy. Wu Qi frowned and said, how did you solve the last two big questions? What were the answers? Wang Yi said, I didn't do them. Wu Qi immediately cheered up, let us go to the bathroom, I'm going to burst. The two quickly went to the bathroom. When they were washing their hands, Wang Yi looked at his reflection seriously. Youth. Vitality. And quite handsome. As he stared, Wang Yi grinned. 20-something years later, his body had gotten fat, his hairline had receded, climbing a few flights of stairs left him out of breath, and even his projectile motion was a mess, but now, at 18, he had strength in every part of his body. He could even carry a tiger's hind legs. Yi, I was a bit worried about you before, thinking you might be affected by he shuiying and fail the exam, Wu Qi said as he looked at Wang Yi in the mirror. He shuiying. Wang Yi, still recovering from his rebirth, couldn't quite remember. Just then, a cold female voice rang out behind them, idiot. They quickly turned around. In front of them was a face that was flawless, with bright star-like eyes, and an untouched, smooth complexion. She wore no makeup, her face pale with a touch of pink, with thin brows and red lips, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She wore a light yellow shirt and blue jeans, giving off a youthful, elegant vibe. This was a girl Wang Yi slowly recognized as the school beauty, the goddess in the eyes of all the boys at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Her name was Wang Wei. As her name suggested, she was as gentle and beautiful as could be. She was also an absolute academic genius, always scoring first in every exam. However, this school beauty was a bit aloof, independent, and didn't have many friends. There were rumors she had a violent streak. Once, a group of suitors cornered her in a parking shed, and she beat all of them up, sending them to the hospital without a scratch on herself. And she was in the same class as Wang Yi. Wang Wei had just finished using the restroom and was washing her hands at the sink next to him. Wang Yi looked at her and said, were you talking about me? Calling me an idiot? Wang Wei's cold gaze met his in the mirror, yeah, so what? The little girl, thinking she's so great just because she's the school beauty? Think she can fight? But Wu Qi quickly pulled Wang Yi away, Yi, let us go, or we'll be in for a beating. Wang Yi sighed internally. Forget it, I just got reborn. I won't argue with a little girl. As they walked out, they passed a plastic cola bottle on the floor. The trash can wasn't far away, and Wang Yi, feeling a bit childish after his rebirth, kicked it, hoping to replicate a scene from Stephen Chow's movies and land the bottle in the trash can. But unexpectedly, the bottle didn't go the way he intended, it flew straight forward. Bang! And, by pure coincidence, it hit the back of a middle-aged man's head, who happened to be bald. Wang Yi and Wu Qi froze, including Wang Wei, who had followed them out. It's over, it's their head of discipline. Wu Qi stuttered. The bald man turned angrily and walked straight toward them. Who did this? Who threw a cola bottle at me? Was it you? Oh. Wang Yi glanced around and slowly pointed at Wang Wei. It was her. The little girl called me an idiot, so now she can take the blame for me. Fair and square. Chapter 2, Will You Be My Girlfriend? WTF, e.g., if you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. Offend Huang Wei? You might as well offend the director of education. The chubby guy mumbled to himself, his legs trembling. He glanced at Wang Wei and immediately saw the school beauty's face turn ashen, her eyes cold with a murderous look, her expression clearly ready to slap someone. But to the director of education, this expression made it seem like Wang Wei was the one who had thrown the cola bottle. Wang Yi decided to be the good guy. Teacher, it wasn't Huang Wei's fault. She meant to throw the cola bottle into the trash can, but it hit you by accident. I'll apologize on her behalf. Teacher, you're not angry, are you? Wang Wei shot him a cold glare. But to everyone's surprise, she didn't argue. Instead, she actually took the blame for Wang Yi. Could it be that she had a change of heart and was apologizing for calling him a fool earlier? Unexpectedly, the director of education didn't give Wang Wei the scolding everyone had been expecting. Instead, he changed his attitude and, much to Wang Yi's surprise, smiled and said, "Oh, so it was an accident, Wang Wei. No problem, no problem. It was just a plastic bottle, it didn't hurt at all. By the way, Wang Wei, how did you do in the college entrance exams?" Wang Wei answered, "Not bad. Teacher, I'm really sorry." "Not a problem at all. Keep up the good work, and good luck tomorrow." What a good teacher. But Wang Yi was sure that if he had admitted to being the one who threw the bottle, the director wouldn't have been so understanding. This wasn't just because Wang Wei was a top student. It was because she had excellent parents. Her father was the head of the criminal police team, and her mother was a mid-level leader in some government department. As soon as the director left, the chubby guy immediately said, I have something at home. I need to go first. Bye." With that, the chubby guy took off as quickly as his legs could carry him. Wang Yi was left alone to face Wang Wei and felt a bit guilty. Well, the exam went well. See you. He started running as fast as he could. Wang Wei snorted coldly, "You think you can run away like that? No chance." She immediately chased after him, moving as fast as a wild dog unleashed. Wang Yi, realizing that he was feeling a bit weak after his rebirth, found himself unable to outrun the chubby guy. The chubby guy was ahead of him, shouting, "E.g., stop following me. Go somewhere else, don't drag me down. Damn, this is what I get for having a childhood friend, a so-called bro." Wang Yi turned into the small playground, but Wang Wei, like a leopard, easily leapt over the flower bed and tackled him to the ground. I've been taken down by the school beauty." Wang Wei sat on his waist and, to Wang Yi's shock, twisted his ear with a sudden painful jerk. "Oh!" Wang Yi screamed in agony. This was completely unexpected. He had thought that upon hearing his reason, Wang Wei would be flustered and run away, but instead, she used such a cruel method to punish him. It hurt more than anything his mother had ever done. "Wang Yi, you're a real bastard. You confessed to he-shuing the other day and got rejected, and now you say you like me. Do you think I'm your backup? If you ever try this again, I'll knock your teeth out." With that, she stood up, flicked her ponytail, and walked off with long, graceful strides. Wang Yi sat up, feeling miserable. He lifted his shirt and looked at his waist. Damn, it's all bruised. "Ye-gee, are you okay?" The chubby guy snuck up behind him, peeking at his waist. He grinned and said, "It's fine. She just twisted it, didn't he really hit you? I was so worried you'd get beaten to death back there. Get lost. Damn, we're supposed to be brothers, and you ran off faster than a dog. I'm just a weakling. If I stayed, I'd just end up dead, too. At least if I survive, I can collect your body." Go, talking nonsense. Who said that? I'm just speaking with class. All right, you know how to talk. The two of them threw their arms over each other's shoulders and walked towards the school gate. Suddenly, a sweet, high-pitched voice called out behind them. "Ye-gee." Two girls walked up from behind. One was dressed in a mature, alluring style, with a striking appearance. The other was short and plain. Wang Yi's eyes fixed on the attractive girl, and a forgotten memory floated up in his mind. Chapter 3, Please cut ties with me, I'm not good enough for you. He-shuing? She was also one of Jiangxing High School's campus beauties, but campus beauties come in different ranks. Some people compiled a list of the 6 prettiest girls at school, known as their 6 great campus beauties. Huang Wei was the beauty standard at Jiangxing High, the undisputed #1 campus beauty, while He Shuyin ranked 6th, at the very bottom. Unlike Huang Wei's natural beauty, He Shuyin's charm was the result of careful grooming. Her beauty was constructed with clothing, makeup, and various other enhancements, making her a delicate, campus beauty. In his past life, Wang Yi was deceived by her appearance and chased after her like a fool, constantly flattering her for 3 years. The day before the college entrance exams, he was still pouring his heart out in a confession to her. But sadly, she rejected him. The thing with He Shuyin was that she was a fish pond owner. She didn't outright reject him but instead kept him dangling, offering just enough hope to keep him around while also managing multiple fish in her pond. In the end, Wang Yi never got anywhere with her. After his family fell into hard times, she was the first to kick him out of her life and ended up with some scruffy guy. Unfortunately, that guy turned out to be a scumbag and ended up in prison, and when Wang Yi was reborn, he was still locked up. Now, meeting her again felt like a lifetime had passed. Wang Yi, how was the exam? You must be tired after a whole day. Let's go grab a bite. There's a Japanese restaurant on Nanshan Street, the first of its kind in the city. I heard the food is really good. He Shuyin spoke casually and tossed her backpack to Wang Yi. It was as if handing him her bag was the greatest favor she could bestow upon him. Having him foot the bill for dinner and treating her to Japanese food was practically a historical honor. Thud. Wang Yi stayed still as the pink bag fell to the ground. He Shuyin frowned slightly. What are you doing? Why didn't you take my bag? Wang Yi looked at her and said, didn't you reject me? He Shuyin paused for a moment, then, clearly upset, responded, Wang Yi, you're being so childish. Didn't I tell you that we're still young and should wait until we're in college? Besides, I've been more than kind to you. I even came here today to let you treat me to dinner, to give you an easy way out. What do you want from me? This was a classic move from a professional fish pond owner. Though the term fish pond didn't exist back then, she had already mastered it, becoming a pro at dangling people along. She asked for dinner, pretending she was doing him a favor. Does this just make you cringe? Thanks a lot. Wang Yi thought sarcastically. Wang Yi looked at He Shuyin's face and suddenly smiled. What I mean is, He Shuyin, please cut ties with me. I'm not good enough for you. After saying that, he hooked his arm around Wu Chi's shoulder. Fatty, let us go. Looking at the two of them walking away, He Shuyin stomped her feet in anger. What does he mean by that? What kind of attitude is that? Haven't I been good to him? Shuyin, I think Wang Yi must have failed his confession and was embarrassed after everyone found out, so he's trying to save face by saying this. He's probably just pretending. He won't really cut ties with you. He'll come back to you in a few days. It's not the first time. Feng Lechin, who was standing nearby, said. He Shuyin thought for a moment and then replied, you're right. That bastard, he's just throwing a tantrum. On the other side, Fatty Wu Chi said to Wang Yi, you're right not to treat He Shuyin to Japanese food. I heard that the restaurant is run by Japanese people, and it's the first one in the whole city. My cousin went there, and it's too expensive. Just one meal can cost over 200. In 1999, rice was only 0.9 yuan per kilogram, and pork was just 2.5 yuan per kilogram. That was considered normal pricing back then. But if we're talking about housing prices, the difference between now and the future was staggering. Old houses in Jiangxing's city center used to be just a few hundred yuan per square meter. By the time of Wang Yi's rebirth, prices had shot up to 20 or 30,000, or even higher. 100 yuan back in Wang Yi's previous life was worth 1,000 now. Fortunately, Wang Yi's family was doing okay, and he had a few hundred yuan in pocket money every month. But for someone like Wu Chi, he only had a few dozen yuan. Japanese food. She's dreaming, Wang Yi sneered. You're not really going to cut ties with He Shuyin, are you? You're not going to stop chasing her? Fatty asked. Why would I back out now? Wang Yi said. I don't believe it. You don't seem like the kind of person who give up so easily. Fatty remarked. Wang Yi snarled, Fatty, listen carefully. If I keep being He Shuyin's dog, I'll really become one. Fatty was stunned for a moment. Dog? Hey, ye, that description really fits you. Alright, enough chatter. Go home and study. Keep working hard. Wang Yi, eager to go home and find his mother, had no time for further conversation. He hopped onto the number 5 bus at the school gate, following the route he remembered, heading home. The buses in 1999 had air conditioning, but they often add a K in front of the bus number, like K5, for the air-conditioned ones. Unfortunately, this one wasn't an air-conditioned bus. It was hot, crowded, and after just a few minutes of standing, when he felt like he was suffocating. Back in those days, no one was holding smartphones, watching short videos or reading novels. Smartphones wouldn't be around for another decade, and very few people had phones. People were packed like sardines in a can, staring out the window, expressionless. Finally, the bus conductor, a woman sitting next to the driver, shouted loudly, "Suayuan District 1 is coming up, Suayuan District 1, anyone getting off, please get ready. Both the front and rear doors are available." The bus was instantly thrown into chaos. Wang Yi stepped on a few people's feet and was shoved around. After a bit of pushing, he finally managed to get off the bus. Across the street from the stop was the entrance to Suayuan District 1. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene, Wang Yi felt a lump in his throat, a mix of emotions flooding him. In his past life, he had sold the house here right after graduating from university, essentially fleeing this city to pursue a career in Shenzhen. It had been nearly 20 years since he had last been here. And yet, it still looked just like he remembered. Building 7, Unit 1, Apartment 3.1. Wang Yi nervously knocked on the door, fearful that this rebirth was just a dream and that a stranger would answer the door. The door opened, and standing before him was his mother, with her hair tied up and an apron on. Wang Yi's chin trembled, and his heart seemed to seize up, unable to speak. "Xiao Yi, you're back. How was the exam?" Her gentle, familiar voice broke Wang Yi's resolve, and his eyes welled up. He suddenly rushed up and hugged her. "Mom." Wang Yi didn't want to cry, but he couldn't hold it in. His mother, Shi Qingqing, was a nurse at Jiangxing City's Chinese medicine hospital. During the college entrance exams, she had specially requested time off to take care of him at home. She had been preparing meals for him these past few days, never expecting that when he came back, he would suddenly break down in her arms. Shi Qingqing's heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. If it was just a poor exam result, with her son's personality, he wouldn't be crying like this. "So, Wang Yi, did you cheat during the exam?" Shi Qingqing had a beautiful face, and despite being over 30, she still looked as young as a woman in her 20s. Usually gentle and smiling, but when she got serious, she could be scarier than Wang Yi's father, especially when it came to disciplining him. Chapter 4, Confession Rejected Again. Wang Yi was stunned. Shi Qingqing then asked, "Did they catch you cheating? Did you get disqualified from the exam?" Wang Yi quickly wiped his face and replied, "No." Shi Qingqing looked confused. "Then why are you acting like this?" Wang Yi was shocked. "How do you know?" Shi Qingqing smiled. "Of course, someone told me. Damn it, it must be been that fat bastard Wu Qi." Wu Qi's mother was also a nurse at the Chinese medicine hospital and had a good relationship with Shi Qingqing. That's how Wang Yi and Wu Qi had been close since childhood. If Shi Qingqing knew about this, it must have been Wu Qi who told his mom, and then it got passed back to her. However, Shi Qingqing responded, "It wasn't Wu Qi's mom who told me, it was your homeroom teacher, Mr. Gao. Son, when it comes to love, it's about mutual feelings. If someone doesn't like you, you shouldn't keep pursuing them. There will be someone who appreciates you in the future. And you're still young, you haven't even grown all your hair yet. If a woman were to lie in front of you, do you even know what to do?" Wang Yi was stunned. What kind of talk was this? No wonder she worked as a nurse. She definitely wasn't holding back with the advice. She shouldn't be teaching kids things like this. To be crying over something like this during the exam period, you really know how to make a scene. Do you even know the difference between big and small matters? I'm telling you, your father has already said that if you don't even make it into a college, you'll have to go work with him on the construction site. Wang Yi immediately retorted, "Mom, that confession was just a joke. I didn't take it seriously. The only reason I did it was because I saw, you've got crow's feet now. I couldn't help it. I didn't even realize how much you've aged. I haven't even been good to you yet." Ching immediately shoved her son aside and ran to the mirror. Crow's feet. It's nothing. That's right, this son just knew how to scare his mother. Seeing his vain mother, Wang Yi's mood brightened. He had spent countless nights thinking about her face. Now that he saw her alive, how could he have any complaints? How did the exam go? Be honest with me. Ching asked. So easy. Speak normally. It was ridiculously simple. I'm even wondering if I could pass with top honors. Stop bragging. Go wash your hands, dinner's ready. Ching didn't have high expectations for her son. It was best if he could go to a university, but if not, a college would suffice. Wang Yi checked the time and asked, "Where's your husband?" Wang Yi couldn't even bring himself to call the man his father. Old Wang, not worthy. Ching shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Your dad's working overtime at the company. He'll be home late. Their project is wrapping up, so he's very busy. Don't blame him." Wang Yi's expression darkened. Was he really working overtime, or was he with some other woman in bed? Tonight, Wang Yi decided to check things out. If he could expose this scandal early, maybe it would prevent a future disaster. If the cops didn't catch him in the act and his father didn't end up dead, then maybe his mother wouldn't get hurt. After dinner, Wang Yi made an excuse to go out for a walk to clear his head, then left the house. He checked the time once he was outside, only 6:30 p.m. It was still too early for anything to happen. He took his time walking around the old neighborhood, enjoying the feeling of his youthful body and reminiscing about the past. He ran into several elderly neighbors, who in his previous life had long since passed away. "Xiao Yi, out for a walk. How was the exam?" "It was okay. Don't play coy. Your mom already said that your grades are terrible, and you won't even make it into college. You should go work with your father on the construction site. It's a waste of money to send you to school," an old man remarked, showing his ignorance. "Can you believe they bought into what my mom casually joked about? Forget it, the dead deserve respect. I won't stoop to their level." At the entrance of the neighborhood, Wang Yi flagged down a taxi and headed to the Jiangxing branch of Dongfang Sanjian Construction Company. His father, Wang Xiao, worked there as the administrative office director. Ching had said he was working overtime, but Wang Yi didn't buy it. He planned to check the office first to see if his father was really there. As soon as he got out of the taxi, he saw his father, Wang Xiao, quickly walking out of the company's front door, carrying a bag. He's really at the company. Maybe he's finishing up and heading home. Wang Yi furrowed his brows. He came here to stir up trouble and expose the hidden bomb early. Otherwise, he couldn't eliminate the risk. But now it seemed like a wasted trip. Yet, soon he realized something was off. His father usually rode a motorcycle to work, but now he was walking, and the direction he was heading wasn't the route home. Wang Yi quietly followed him. He watched as Wang Xiao turned a corner and entered a building. It was the Hongri Hotel. Damn it, old pervert. Can't escape the Hongri Hotel, huh? Though Wang Yi had known from his previous life that this was where his father's South affair had taken place, it was still hard to stomach the fact that today, on the very day he was taking the college entrance exams, his father was sneaking around here with another woman. His hatred surged. If it weren't for saving his mother, he would have walked away and never looked back. Who cared if this scumbag died or not? But in the end, he went inside. However, when he stayed a few dozen meters behind. By the time he got close enough to the building, his father had already gone upstairs. Wang Yi saw the elevator go up to the 8th floor, but he had no idea which room his father went to. Chapter 5, dragged into the hotel by the blonde school beauty. What to do? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi walked up to the front desk. In 1999, computers were not widely used in hotels, but registering for a room still required identification. He approached a young woman in her 20s at the front desk. "Excuse me, can you help me out? My dad is staying at your hotel, but I don't know which room he's in." The receptionist looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. "What did you call me?" "Miss." Wang Yi hesitated. "Auntie." The receptionist immediately responded, "Auntie? Do I look that old?" "Miss sounds better." "You can call me that, but I can't just give out guest information." Wang Yi said, "But he's my dad." "You can't even tell me." "Please, miss, I'm a college entrance exam candidate this year." I really need to find him, or I won't be able to take the exam tomorrow. His exam admission ticket is with him, she asked. Yes, wait. Wang Yi suddenly realized. What's your father's name? Let me check for you. Thank you, miss. You're so kind and beautiful, you'll definitely find a prince charming. I already have my little prince, she replied with a smile. It turned out that not having widespread mobile phone use was an advantage. Otherwise, the receptionist would probably have just said, "Why don't you call your dad?" Although Wang Xiao did indeed have a Motorola phone. The receptionist searched for a while but couldn't find Wang Xiao's name, so Wang Yi gave her another name, Xiao my phone. Yes, that was the woman his father was having an affair with. To Wang Yi's surprise, the name came up. Room number 8.1. The receptionist was confused. Wait a minute, you're looking for your dad, but who is Xiao my phone? Is she your mom? Wang Yi shook his head. No, she's my aunt. Before the receptionist could react, Wang Yi quickly ran to the elevator, laughing as he said, "Thanks, miss. Once I get into Tsinghua University, I'll take you on a tour." The receptionist smiled as she watched him head to the elevator, but couldn't help thinking, why would his dad and his aunt be in the same room? That's pretty awkward. Could there be a story there? She should have called to check, but Wang Yi's playful remarks distracted her. Wang Yi quickly reached the 8th floor and finally saw room 8.1. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room 8.2 suddenly opened. He instinctively turned around and saw someone who definitely shouldn't have been there. The school beauty and champion boxer, Wang Wei. Wang Wei also saw Wang Yi. Their eyes met, and her expression shifted from surprise to coldness. She grabbed Wang Yi by the ear and forcefully dragged him into room 8.2, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Hey, Wang Wei, what are you doing? Let go. If you don't let go, I'll fight back. Wang Wei slammed him against the wall, coldly sneering. What are you asking me for? I want to ask you the same thing. Wang Yi, after being rejected by He Shuiying, did you lose your mind? You followed me all the way here. Wang Yi had been thinking about catching his dad in the act, but now he was completely confused. Why was Wang Wei here? He glanced around the room, there was no one else. The desk lamp was on, and textbooks and exercise books were scattered around. It seemed she had just been studying. What are you doing here? Wang Yi asked. Wang Wei stared at him. Do I need to report to you? Wang Yi suddenly realized what might be happening. During exam season, some students who found their homes too noisy or too far away from the exam venue stayed in hotels. It was a pretty standard move. Seeing that Wang Yi was still looking around, Wang Wei raised her hand and slapped him lightly on the face. You have some nerve, following me around. Wang Yi, I used to think you were just a little foolish, but now I realize you're actually a bit abnormal. Wang Yi widened his eyes. You think I'm foolish? Little brat, who are you calling foolish? You've been played around by He Shuiying for 3 years, and you still haven't woken up. If that's not foolish, then what is? That, fine, I admit I was a bit foolish back then, but I'm not anymore. I've already cut ties with her. What does that have to do with me? Nothing. Then why are you following me? I'm not following you. You dragged me in here. I'm looking for my dad. Wang Wei paused for 3 seconds, then snorted. I think you're looking for trouble. You came to my room to find your dad. Do you think I'm your mom? Wang Yi shrugged. My dad's in room 8.1. Wang Wei froze for 7 seconds this time, then thought back to the situation. Could it be she had actually misunderstood? Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly pushed Wang Yi towards the door. Go, find your dad in the other room. Don't bother me here. She opened the door and shoved Wang Yi out. Remember, you didn't see me here today, and we didn't have anything going on. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to room 8.1 suddenly opened. It was Wang Xiao who had opened the door. Seeing his son tangled up with Wang Wei, he stood there in a daze. Chapter 6. Is there something else going on? Xiao Yi, you guys, what are you doing? Wang Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his son, then at Wang Wei. She is a very beautiful girl. Judging from her dressing style and face, she is quite elegant. She is more than a perfect match for his son. His son has such good taste. Oh, that's not right. Didn't you say that your confession failed a few days ago? Did it succeed again later? But even so, there is an exam tomorrow that will affect my future. How can you guys just come to the hotel first? Why are you here? Wang Yi interrupted him and asked first, this is weird. Mom said you were working overtime, but you are actually in the hotel. The door to the room was not closed. Wang Yi rushed into the door. He wanted to see if there was Xiao Maifeng inside, who was disheveled and only wearing a bathrobe or nothing at all. Wang Xiao was shocked and quickly chased after him to hold him back. Xiao Yi, get out quickly. But Wang Yi had already seen it. There were actually some people inside, playing mahjong around a table. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. Where was Xiao Maifeng? There were only a few grown men inside, not a single female. He knew two of them, who were Wang Xiao's colleagues. One was Zhu Daocai, the project manager of Dongfang Sanjian Jiangxing branch, and the other was Sun Mingyu, the project chief engineer. He didn't know who the other two were. The person Wang Yi is most familiar with is Zhu Daocai. In his previous life, after his parents got into trouble, Zhu Daocai came to help a lot and even gave him a sum of money, saying it was a pension from the company. However, Wang Xiao died in an ignominious way, and Xiao Maifeng, who had an affair with him, was his subordinate. Afterwards, Xiao Maifeng insisted that she was threatened and forced. Not only did it have nothing to do with the company, it was also an illegal act. Wang Yi was still very grateful to Zhu Daocai for sending this money. Isn't this Xiao Yi? Come to see your dad. Zhu Daocai said with a smile, I was just telling your dad that I don't care about my son's college entrance examination at all. I'm afraid he will have to kneel on the washboard at home in the future. Wang Xiao looked at Wang Yi and smiled, I'm busy now. Fortunately, I'm done now. You guys can have fun. I'll take my son back first. Okay, go back slowly. Wang Xiao pulled Wang Yi out of the room and closed the door gently. Huang Wei was still standing at the door of 8.2. She was over 1.65 meters tall and graceful, with beautiful eyes shining as if they were all fixed on Wang Yi. Wang Xiao seemed a little embarrassed. He thought that since his son had brought her to a hotel and slept with her at this time, he had to give an explanation. After thinking for a while, he said, Xiao Yi, why don't you introduce her to Dad? Is she your classmate? Wang Yi said, he is a classmate, his last name is Wang. Wang Xiao was stunned, surname Huang? Isn't it he? Huang Wei sneered, oh. Uncle, my last name is not he, my name is Huang Wei. I am standing here to clarify with you that he and I have no relationship at all except that we are classmates. Please don't misunderstand me. Oh, I didn't misunderstand. It turned out to be Huang. It's okay. Well, you still have to prepare for the college entrance examination. You can put other things aside for now. However, you are still young and don't know the seriousness of the matter. If it really happens, you must remember to take protective measures. Huang Wei's expression changed instantly, and he said coldly, no need. He turned around, walked in, and closed the door heavily. Wang Xiao swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely embarrassed, and asked Wang Yi in a low voice, did I say something wrong? Wang Yi turned and left. Wang Xiao quickly caught up with him, you little brat, you're walking so fast, are you feeling guilty? Wang Yi said, why should I feel guilty? You should be the one feeling guilty. Hey, you little brat, you're still trying to turn the tables after I caught you red-handed. Tell me the truth. What's your relationship with classmate Wang? You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you've already booked a room at the hotel. Didn't you finish your exam at 5 o'clock? Why did you come here right after the exam? Wang Xiao kept nagging. Wang Yi already hated this bastard father, so he immediately said, you should think about yourself. You agreed to work overtime, but ended up gambling in their hotel. I thought you were having an affair. What? You little bastard, what do you know about cheating? I don't care how you steal outside, just don't hurt my mother, otherwise I will be rude to you. Wang Yi turned around suddenly and stared at Wang Xiao with an extremely fierce look. This was the hatred that he had accumulated in his previous life, as if it were substance. Wang Xiao was frightened by his eyes, and then felt that something was wrong. He said seriously, son, what are you looking at, as if I really did something outside? Let me make it clear about what happened today. There were two leaders from the head office just now. They were doing serious work and just finished. The leaders like to play mahjong, so we have to accompany them. Do you think I don't want to go home to be with my wife and children? What about Xiao my phone? Wang Yi took the lead and said, don't hide it. Wang Xiao was stunned. My phone? What does it have to do with Xiao my phone? She is just a clerk, how can she be qualified to accompany the leader? Aren't you her leader? She's with you. Hey, are you trying to pick a fight with me today? Are you afraid that I'll tell your mom what happened just now? Wang Yi looked at him and said, I just went to the restroom at your company and heard someone saying that you were having an affair with Xiao my phone. Tell me, is it true? Wang Xiao jumped up and said, which son of a bitch is spreading rumors about me behind my back? Xiaoyi, Daddy promises you that Xiao my phone and I definitely don't have that kind of relationship. She looks like a stick, much worse than your mom. I must be blind to choose her. Do you dare to swear? Do you want to swear again? Wang Xiao looked at his son and saw his solemnity. He suddenly realized that this matter might be very, very important to his son. If it was not handled properly, it would have a great impact on him. Okay, I swear, if I have an affair with Xiao my phone, I will punish my son by not letting him get into college. You uncle. Why are you cursing? Think about it, whether you can get into college is the top priority in my heart. How can I joke about this? If you don't believe me, let me change it. If I, Wang Xiao, have an affair with Xiao my phone, I will be punished by being struck by lightning. If I give birth to a son without. No, if I give birth to a son without Jiji, you can rest assured now. Wang Yi stared into Wang Xiao's eyes. People who lie will have wandering eyes and micro-expressions, but Wang Xiao doesn't he have those? Moreover, this poisonous oath is indeed a bit poisonous. Could it be that there is another hidden story behind the tragedy that happened in the previous life? Was Wang Xiao wronged? Oh shit! Wang Yi was frightened by this sudden thought. He had been resentful towards Wang Xiao for more than 20 years, and had cursed him more than 10,000 times, and even scattered his ashes. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on my back. Wang Xiao patted his shoulder and said, Son, don't scare your dad. If you still don't believe it, I'll call Xiao my phone now. Let's go to the company and find the bastard who spread the rumor. Don't let it affect your college entrance examination. Chapter 7 Let's kiss first. When he pinched his fingers, the pain made him think again. What he said just now about hearing something in the toilet was all lies. How could he really find someone? He shook his head and said, Actually, I don't believe it either. I'm just reminding you so that you don't end up with a broken family. Don't tell your mother about the rumor just now. I'm not stupid. Now can you tell me about that girl? Nothing. Return home. Wang Yi locked himself in the room under the pretext of reviewing. He reviewed everything that happened before and after Wang Xiao's death in his previous life in his mind. He was in an internet cafe at the time. Wu Qi's mother came to tell him that something happened to Wang Xiao. The police were catching Wang Xiao and a woman were blocked in a hotel room. He climbed out the window in a hurry but unfortunately fell. When he saw people, they were already in the morgue. Everything was heard by others. However, Xiao Maifeng admitted it and said it was due to unspoken workplace rules. Even Wang Xiao's essence was detected in her body. At the time, there was evidence from both human and physical sources. It was an ironclad case with no doubts at all. However, if we must think of it as a conspiracy theory, it is not completely impossible, and Xiao Maifeng must be an insider. That night, Wang Yi tossed and turned, with all kinds of complicated thoughts popping up in his mind. I was reborn for no apparent reason. Could it be that even God couldn't stand this and made me go back to this time point to help Wang Xiao overturn the case? Will I wear it again after a while? It would be great if it turns out that Dog Dad is not a dog. In his previous life, the fact that his father Go killed Shiqingqing was such a huge blow to him. His soul seemed to be covered by an indelible haze, which was extremely heavy. If he could sweep away the haze and go into battle with a light heart, he should be happy. If I could live my life again, I wouldn't ask for wealth, but for peace of mind. He sang until midnight, and then he fell into a deep sleep. In the end, he didn't even set the alarm clock. It was his mother Shiqingqing who rushed into the room barefoot, ripped off the blanket from him, and shouted anxiously, "Stinky boy, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Are you not going to the college entrance examination?" Wang Yi woke up and turned over. A smile appeared on his face. It's been a long time since I felt this way when my mother yelled at me. It feels so good. What time is it? It's 6:30. What? It's only 6:30. The exam is at 9. I'll sleep a little longer. The result was a morning meal of skin pinching, flesh twisting, and ear pinching. Don't you need to read books or review? It's not a good idea to sharpen your sword before the battle. How many points did you get in the English test? If you could be as good as your cousin, I wouldn't worry about you. Wang Yi kept muttering, didn't his cousin just get admitted to Jiangnan University of Technology? He always used him to criticize his son. In his previous life, his cousin didn't achieve much either, and in the end he was a gigolo and ended up living in a 3-square-meter townhouse. Besides, there was only one subject left, English, so he was not worried at all. In his previous life, when he worked at Huawei and often had to read original English works, there was nothing he could do about it. He was also sent to the US branch for 2 years and lived in the same house with 2 foreigners. His English ability was thus improved. 8:30. Wang Yi arrived at the school gate. Wang Yisho didn't know where this bad fate came from, but he actually ran into the fish pond owner He Shuiying. He ignored her, greeted the security guard, and walked straight into the campus. He Shuiying was obviously stunned for a moment. She had just seen Wang Yi, and had already prepared herself mentally for the possibility that he would change his mind and come to ask her for help. She had also prepared a big move today, ready to pull this fish back into the pond. Among the fish she raised, Wang Yi was considered top-notch. He is 1.79 meters tall, has a handsome face, a generous wallet, and most importantly, he is still devoted to me. How could I let him run away? Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't want to pay attention to her, but He Shuiying took the initiative to chase him and shouted in a clapper voice. Wang Yi didn't even look back and quickened his pace. He Shuiying had to run to catch up with him, while shouting his name loudly, which immediately attracted many people's attention, including Huang Wei, who had just come out from the toilet path. Huang Wei was very interested in seeing the condition of Wang Yi and He Shuiying. Wang Yi felt annoyed and stopped and turned around. He Shuiying ran so fast that she almost bumped into it. But Wang Yi stretched out a finger and pressed her forehead. Are you okay? Wang Yi asked, his eyes cold and his voice indifferent. He Shuiying was hurt by Wang Yi's attitude. She felt very aggrieved. Wang Yi had never spoken to her in such an attitude and tone. He was always warm, giving without asking for anything in return and pampering her like a little princess. Buy her breakfast and drinks when she goes to school. After school, I helped her carry her school bag, walked her to the community gate, and then took the bus to go home in the opposite direction. He would occasionally treat her to big meals on weekends and always ask for her opinion. He was gentle and considerate and always responsive to her requests. Jian Shou was even more considerate than her father. But now, he doesn't spoil her anymore. Isn't that too much? I just rejected you once, it's not the first time. How dare you treat me like this, are you still a man? He Shuiying looked at Wang Yi with red eyes, handed him a bag, and said with a forced smile, Xiao Yi, please stop being upset, okay? Let's be like before. This is the egg pancake I bought especially for you. It's your favorite. Wang Yi looked at the omelette in her hand, and then looked at her as if she was about to cry. I secretly thought that this fish farmer was really good at it. If he had not been reborn and had not clearly understood her true nature, he would have surrendered right now. In the past, she also used this method to keep him hanging. For example, sometimes when Wang Yi found out that she was being intimate and ambiguous with other fish, he would get angry, but as long as He Shuiying gave him an egg pancake and tearfully explained something to him, he would choose to forgive her, and even think it was his fault and treat her even better. Huang Wei was right, he was a fool at that time. But now, things are different. He smiled faintly, no need, I've already had breakfast. And let me tell you one more thing, from now on, I don't like eating omelets anymore. Huang Wei, who was standing beside the flower bed, curled the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this idiot had finally come to his senses. But He Shuiying couldn't stand Wang Yi's behavior. The gap was too big. She said pitifully, Wang Yi, what do you want me to do so that we can go back to the way we were before? Wang Yi was very happy. He Shuiying, didn't you reject my confession? Then just be alone. I won't bother you and you don't bother me. From now on, we are just classmates. No, I won't allow it. You can't do this. Drunk. The earth revolves around you, right? I'm not your pet dog. He sneered, then how about this, come over and kiss me first, and I'll think about it. Chapter 8, School Beauty, Is This Your Urine? Let me kiss you first. He Shuing jumped up and suddenly became a little flustered. She is the owner of the fish pond. Just like raising Gu, she needs to pick out the best winner before letting her take the field. But if she kisses Wang Yi in public now, it would be like blowing up the fish pond. How can she do this? Wang Yi, let's. He Shuing looked unhappy and was about to find an excuse when a boy came up and pointed at Wang Yi and shouted, Wang Yi, can you have some bilian? The day before yesterday, Shuing clearly rejected you. Do you not understand, or are you stupid? How dare you bother Shuing? The man was about 1.75 meters tall and looked quite good. In 1999, a height of 175 centimeters was considered tall, unlike children in later generations, who were often 1.8 m or 1.9 m tall. There were many girls with long legs who were 1.7 m tall. This was the result of abundant material resources and scientific nutrition. The boy's name is Li Wei, and he is also a fish in He Shuing's fish pond. Originally, he thought that Wang Yi had a higher chance of winning over He Shuing than him, but He Shuing rejected Wang Yi, which ignited his fighting spirit. He thought to himself that He Shuing rejected Wang Yi just for him, otherwise why else? Shuing, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Li Wei said, standing in front of He Shuing. Wang Yi looked at Li Wei and was really disappointed. He shrugged and said, Li Wei, you came at the right time. Did you see the egg pancake in He Shuing's hand? She said she bought it specially for you and no one else is qualified to eat it. You are right. My relationship with her has ended here. I quit. When Li Wei heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. Shuing, you are so good to me. You even remembered that I like to eat egg pancakes. You also rejected Wang Yi for me. Shuing, I swear, I will remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life. I want you to be my most beautiful bride. Are you touched? Surprise? He Shuing's brows were almost furrowed. Although Wang Wei is also a fish in her pond, his ranking is very low, only 7th among all the fish. Most of the time, he serves as a tool to motivate and spur other fish. Being his bride, you're dreaming. As a result, Wang Yi said again, Li Wei, I have one more thing to say to you. Li Wei was very happy and asked, what? Wang Yi said, I wish you a son soon. Li Wei held Wang Yi's hand tightly and said, thank you, brother. I will definitely send you an invitation when Shuing and I get married. Wang Wei, who was not far away, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only then did Wang Yi realize that there was someone eavesdropping. Student Wang Wei, eavesdropping secretly is not the behavior of a good girl. Wang Yi walked over and said, looking at Wang Wei several times, thinking, this is the real school belle. She was wearing a blue dress with white flowers today. The hem reached below her knees and looked loose, but the tie of the same color around her waist perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her calves were flawless white, slender and translucent, and she was wearing a pair of khaki leather shoes on her feet. It perfectly reflects the youth of the girl. Well, this outfit is actually very ordinary, but the main thing is that she is beautiful and looks good in anything she wears. Who is sneaking around? I'm being above board, okay? Wang Wei snorted, but couldn't help gossiping, have you really given up on He Shuing? Wang Yi said, what? Do you want to take advantage of the situation and snatch me away? Wang Wei said, it's already daybreak, and you're still dreaming. Heh, I don't know who dragged a man into the guest house last night, Wang Wei was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if saying, if you dare to say it out loud, I will kill you. Wang Wei, let go, why are your hands wet? Is it your urine? Wang Yi broke free and ran away. School beauty Huang was chasing after him relentlessly, as fast as a wild dog that had broken free from its leash. He Shuing looked at the two men, one chasing the other and the other fleeing, feeling inexplicably irritated. She thought to herself, Wang Yi wouldn't really give up on me, would he? Would he turn his attention to Wang Wei? Impossible, how could Wang Wei be interested in him? Humph, this guy is still angry. He was just speaking sarcastically to Li Wei. One omelette is not enough, it seems that a more ruthless method must be used. After the exam is over, I will invite him to KTV and let him touch my legs. Having made up her mind, He Shuing said to Li Wei, Wang Yi was just joking. I'm eating this egg pancake by myself. I'm taking the college entrance examination now, so I don't have the time to think about anything else, right? Then Li Wei, I wish you good grades. I believe in you. Advanced fish farming skills, use them with ease. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't eat the egg pancake, He Shuing's encouragement instantly gave him confidence and he felt that winning the national top spot would be an easy matter. Soon. The exam has begun. The English test is also 2 hours long and includes listening, reading and writing. Wang Yi remembered that in his previous life, when he took the college entrance examination, he did not understand English listening at all. But this time, Jian Shou was just eating and drinking water, and had a conversation level like kindergarten kids. Reading and writing were also improved in one go. An hour later, Wang Yi finished. After checking it, it feels very okay. Then he went to bed. He was too excited last night and didn't fall asleep until midnight. He felt very sleepy. Classmate, wake up quickly, are you feeling unwell? The kind invigilator came to remind Wang Yi. Wang Yi raised his head, is the exam over? Oh, then I'll hand in the paper. Not yet. Beep, beep. As the bell rang, the last exam ended. The 1999 college entrance examination is over. Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School was instantly immersed in a joyful party, and soon, countless pieces of paper fluttered in the corridors of the high-rise buildings. Wang Yi stood downstairs, looking up at the sky full of youth. The college entrance examination is over, but he still stays in this time. He doesn't know how big a wave this little butterfly can create, but his first goal is to save his mother. So, it's time to take the initiative and investigate Xiao My phone. Brother Yi. Fatty Wu Qi ran over with a relaxed look on his face, and his pimples popped up when he smiled. Several students are checking answers over there, why don't you go check? Correct the answers. Wang Yi sneered, it's going to rain, my mother is going to get married, the test is over, what's the point of correcting it? Wu Qi nodded and said, that's right. The scores will be estimated tomorrow. Why bother to check it? It's better to go home and have a good sleep. Huh? You still need to estimate the score. Wang Yi recalled that in 1999, one had to estimate the scores before filling out the application form for the college entrance examination. At this moment, He Shuing, who was wearing tight jeans, and her supporting actress Feng Liqin, came over with school bags on their backs. Wang Yi, the exams are over. It's time to relax after 3 years of hard study. How about going to sing karaoke in the afternoon? Chapter 9 How Can You Not Like Me? What's wrong with this woman? I said I quit and didn't like you anymore, but you kept sticking to me. Is it cheap? Wang Yishou refused, not interested. He Shuing's face changed, she bit her lip and said, it's my treat. Wang Yi said, I don't want to go. He Shuing clenched her fists, her fingers turning white from exerting so much force. She raised her voice and asked, Wang Yi, what do you want? She was anxious. Wang Yi smiled. Student He Shuing, wasn't what I said before clear enough? I said, I don't like you anymore. From now on, we should live our own lives and not interfere with each other, okay? He Shuing heard this again and looked at Wang Yi in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Wang Yi nodded, of course it's true. I don't believe it. Wang Yi was speechless for a while. Feng Liqin said, yes, Wang Yi, you have liked Shuing for 3 whole years. You love her to the core. You once said that even if the sky turns barren and the earth turns old, your love for Shuing will never change. But it has only been 3 days since you last publicly confessed your love for her. How could you not like her anymore? Fatty Wu Qi slapped his forehead and said, I understand. I finally understand now. Brother Yi, what He Shuing meant is that she is now willing to accept you and be your girlfriend. You can hold hands now and kiss each other in secret. Brother Yi, you are really awesome. Can I call He Shuing my sister-in-law now? Damn sister-in-law. Wang Yi curled her lips. If there was a sister-in-law, it wouldn't be her, He Shuing. But He Shuing said, Fatty, what are you talking about? I just think we should go back to the way we were before. It's so embarrassing now. Wang Yi could only laugh. I thought He Shuing would say something elegant, but it turned out to be the same old thing of course. Even if she really said she wanted to be Wang Yi's girlfriend, Wang Yi would definitely not agree, otherwise he would have lived in vain in his previous life. Let us go. Go home and eat. He Shuing suddenly said, Wang Yi, I will wait for you at the entrance of Happy Karaoke this afternoon. If you don't come, I will wait for you one song at a time. Wang Yi glanced at her. What I mean is, who failed in confession. He took Wu Qi and turned to leave, doing whatever he wanted. Brother Yi, are you really leaving? The fat man said a little hesitantly. This guy's warm-hearted personality came back and he actually felt that his Shuyin was a little pitiful. What if she really had to wait for an entire afternoon? Why don't you leave? Are you going to continue to be a bootlicker? I might as well be a sea king. Wang Yi said, patting the fat man's head. What is Aquaman? The little prince of the ocean. Why are you asking so many questions? Fatty, now that you've finished your exams, what are your ambitions? Wu Qi said, my ambition has never changed. I want to be a boss in the future. What about you, Brother Yi? I remember you said before that you wanted to be Zorro. Ha 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 ha, Wang Yi laughed. What a ridiculous ambition. He paused and said, I want to be a salted fish and a mama's boy. I know salted fish, but what is a mama's boy? Anyone with a mother is called a mama's boy. What about the one without a mother? Weed. Whatever you lacked in your previous life, you want in this life. Having money is important, but Wang Yi, who has lived a new life, doesn't he care much about money? To borrow a phrase from Laomar, I am not interested in money. All I want is a simple and ordinary happiness. I have a home and a mother. Do you believe it? When Wang Yi arrived at the school gate, he unexpectedly saw his dog dad Wang Xiao. He was standing behind the big iron gate, smoking and talking to another man. Old Wang, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. It turns out that your child also went to number 1 middle school. That's right. I heard that you have a daughter, and she is taking the exam here today. Girls are great, I like girls. By the way, I saw Shiqingqing at the Chinese medicine hospital last time. After all these years, she is still so beautiful. There are so many men staring at her. I heard that your wife is also a golden flower in the Water Affairs Bureau. At this time, many parents gathered at the school gate. It was probably the last exam for the college entrance examination, and everyone came to pick up their children. Wang Yi walked through the crowd and heard the conversation between his dog father and the man. He was immediately surprised. It seemed that the two men had known each other for many years and even knew each other's wives. However, judging from the content of the conversation, it seemed that they were trying to sabotage each other and were not so harmonious. Wait, this guy looks familiar, but I can't remember where he is. Xiao Yi, the exam is finally over. How did you do? Wang Xiao asked with a smile as he saw his son. It's okay. Wang Yi said in a proper manner. Come, let me introduce you. This is Dad's middle school classmate. His name is Shu. His daughter is also taking the college entrance examination. Who knows, maybe you know each other. Wang Yi smiled politely. Hello, uncle. The man patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, you are a handsome young man. You don't look like your father at all. Wang Xiao. The man smiled and said, Old Wang, what I said is that your son takes after his mother, so don't think too much about it. As soon as he finished speaking, a charming figure came in front of him and said to the uncle, Dad, why are you here? Chapter 10. My dad and your dad are classmates. This voice is inexplicably addictive. When I turned my head, wasn't he at Huang Wei, the white moonlight of Jiangxing number 1 middle school? Oh shit, no wonder this man looked familiar, he is actually Huang Wei's father. The captain of the criminal police brigade, Huang Liang. Because the two sides had little interaction in the previous life, when he had only seen him on TV a few times, so he didn't have a deep impression of him. But the last time I saw Huang Liang on TV, it wasn't a good thing. I didn't expect that. Huang Liang is actually a classmate of dog dad Lao Wang. At this time, Huang Liang also introduced Wang Xiao to his daughter. Huang Wei was slightly surprised, but immediately bowed shyly to Wang Xiao and said obediently, Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Xiao was a little confused. Isn't he this the girl who checked into the hotel with that brat that day? Oh shit, it's actually Lao Huang's daughter. He glanced at Huang Liang and suddenly felt secretly happy he had heard that old Huang was a complete daughter slave. If he knew that his precious daughter was seduced away by my boy, his expression would definitely be very interesting, right? However, will this old guy get desperate and bully my son? So it's better not to let him know about this for now. After being stunned for a few seconds, Wang Xiao smiled and said, Old Huang is so lucky. His daughter is like a fairy. Be careful that the matchmaker will break the threshold of your house in the future. Huang Liang was happier to see his daughter being praised for her beauty than when he was praised himself. His face was full of wrinkles from smiling. Wang Wei then asked Wang Yi, "Hey, how did you do on the exam?" Wang Yi smiled and said, "Not bad." Huang Liang was stunned. "Xiao Wei, do you know each other?" Huang Wei said, "We have been in the same class for 6 years, from the first grade of junior high school to the third grade of high school. How can we not know each other?" Huang Liang was surprised. 6 years in the same class? That's quite a long time. Wang Xiao interrupted and said with a smile, "This can really be considered as an old classmate who grew up together." The corner of old Huang's mouth twitched, he glanced at Wang Yi and immediately became nervous. Damn it, this precious daughter that his family had worked so hard to raise couldn't afford to let this old thief Wang get away with it. He had to keep his daughter away from his son. Well, childhood sweethearts are not something you can call casually. Classmates are far from childhood sweethearts. Huang Liang said, and then said, "It's getting late, let's leave. By the way, Lao Wang, how did you get here? Did you buy a car?" Wang Xiao smiled and said, "Sedan cars are not cheap nowadays." Huang Liang said rather ostentatiously, "My family just bought a car. Here, that big. It's really hard to take the bus at this time. Do you want me to give you a ride?" Huang Wei looked at Lao Huang in surprise. This is unlike his usual style. He is a veteran criminal police captain, but why is he showing off in such a childish way? Wang Xiao didn't say anything. Wang Yi nodded immediately. "Okay, thank you Uncle Huang." He doesn't want to squeeze into the bus anymore since he has a ride. Huang Liang originally couldn't help wanting to show off in front of Lao Wang and didn't really want to send off. But now that he was in the car, especially when he saw his precious daughter sitting next to Lao Wang's son, he suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. What are you showing off? Show off. When Wang Yi and Huang Wei got into a car together and left the school gate, they were seen by many candidates coming out from behind, including He Shuiying and Feng Liqin. Feng Liqin opened her eyes wide and asked, "Did I see it wrong? Why did Wang Yi and Huang Wei get in the same car? Do they have an unusual relationship in private?" Chapter 11 Marry her as your wife. At the school gate, there were quite a few students who saw Wang Yi and Huang Wei getting on the same bus together, and many of them were surprised at the time. "The white moonlight of Jiangxing number 1 high school, is she taken? Fuck, who is the guy who got in the same car with the school beauty Huang? They even sat together in the back row, so close to each other. Is there some inside story? Was the school beauty Huang taken down? Is it time to get engaged after the college entrance exam?" A group of students who had just finished their exams had wild thoughts and talked more and more outrageous things, and in the end even rumors of their engagement came out. Countless boys were shocked and beat their chests and stamped their feet. She is their goddess, no man is worthy of her. He Shuiying listened to the sounds around her and found them harsh. She couldn't help but wonder if Wang Yi had fallen in love with Wang Wei. Otherwise, why would he suddenly become so cold and indifferent to her? Thinking of this, she felt even more uncomfortable, as if a beloved toy had been taken away by someone. In the car, Wang Yi saw the two fathers in the front row chatting animatedly, but he always felt that there was something else going on in their words, and it was quite interesting. At this moment, Wang Wei handed over an open exercise book. Wang Yi was stunned, then he found a line of beautiful words written on their homework book. "He Shuiying invites you to KTV, it's such a good opportunity, why don't you go?" Wang Yi looked at her in surprise, picked up his pen, and quickly wrote a line on her homework book. "In which corner are you hiding and eavesdropping again?" As a result, the thigh was attacked by a delicate hand. It hurts so much when it is twisted. Wang Yi screamed like a ghost on the spot. Huang Liang quickly asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Yi?" Wang Yi squeezed Huang Wei's hand hard and stammered, "Yes, there was a mosquito. I was bitten by a very fierce female mosquito." Huang Liang laughed as he drove. "Can you tell whether a mosquito is male or female?" Wang Yi said, "Of course, the bite of a female mosquito is very painful." Huang Liang asked, "Did he kill him?" Wang Yi looked at Huang Wei's youthful face and said, "It's too slippery. If you bite it, it will run away." Huang Wei turned his head to look at him, gnashing his teeth secretly. Then he got slapped in the face. He slapped Wang Yi on the thigh and shouted, "The mosquito is here." Along the way, the two battled with wits and courage. Huang Liang was driving and didn't think much about it at first. Later, when he was waiting for the traffic light, he saw through the rearview mirror that his daughter actually twisted Wang Yi's leg. His pupils shrank and he suddenly came to his senses. What the hell, this is talking about his own precious daughter. There is no way this old thief Wang's son would have anything to do with my daughter, right? Fortunately, we arrived at the gate of Tsuiyuan Area 1 very quickly. Wang Xiao took Wang Yi home. On the way back, Huang Liang asked Wang Wei, "Xiao Wei, what do you think of this little Yuren?" He didn't dare to say it too bluntly. Wang Wei thought about it and said with a curled lip, "This guy is just an idiot like a pig." When Huang Liang heard this, his heart sank immediately. I felt like my precious daughter, whom I had raised for more than 10 years, was about to be stolen by a thief. Because at home, his wife often says that he is as stupid as a pig. Can this be said of an ordinary relationship between classmates? So how are his grades? It's like that, sometimes good, sometimes bad. How high can you rank in your grade? The last time we surveyed them, there were only 78 people. The corner of Huang Liang's mouth twitched again, and he answered without even thinking, and it was so accurate. It's over. Is it really going to be a bargain for the Wang family? This side. Wang Yi looked at Go Dai. Do you have any conflicts with Huang Wei's father? Wang Xiao smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. He also pursued your mother back then." Then I almost became Huang Wei's biological brother. Bullshit. Without me, could he have given birth to you? It seems to make some sense. When they were almost home, Wang Xiao reminded Wang Yi, "Don't mention Lao Huang in front of your mother. She doesn't like it." But Wang Yi felt that dog dad seemed to be afraid of something. But he also said, "Xiao Wei is a good person, try to marry her home as your wife, dad supports you. Return home." Shiqingqing cooked a table full of her signature dishes. Braised pork elbow, pickled cuttlefish, potato beef, sweet potato vines, winter melon soup, and even a plate of small abalone. The dishes were rich and fragrant. The best thing was that there were 2 bottles of beer next to them. "Mom, you have a change of heart. We finally have wine at home." Shiqingqing untied her apron and said, "This is to celebrate the end of your college entrance examination. You can only drink 1 glass at most. Drinking too much will affect your brain, which is not very smart to begin with." Wang Yi said helplessly, "I have my mother's brain, what can I do?" Shiqingqing flicked her finger at her son's head and said, "Their voice is wrong. It's your father's. Can you still identify relatives by their voice?" Shiqingqing immediately asked again, "How did you do on the test today?" "It's as easy as taking something out of a bag." "Is this true? You got it from college. Are you obsessed with junior college? Be brave, you might end up in a key university." Shiqingqing was stunned for a moment. "Good fellow, if you can come back with something important, I will give you all the 20,000 yuan of private money your father has hidden away as a reward." Dog Dad Wang Xiao widened his eyes. Wang Yi smiled and said, "It's a deal." At the dinner table, Wang Xiao talked about something. Cai Zhuohua, Deputy General Manager of Dongfang Sanjian Jiangxing Branch, needs to be transferred to Bashu Branch for personal reasons. The vacant Deputy General Manager position in Jiangxing is prepared for promotion within the unit, and Wang Xiao is one of the candidates on the list. And the probability is the highest. Because he has the best relationship with the General Manager. In this matter, the General Manager has a lot of say. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this matter in his previous life. Was it because of his butterfly wings, or was he too slow in his previous life? Could Wang Xiao's disgrace and accidental death be related to this incident? Who are the other candidates? Wang Yi asked. Chapter 12: The Shocking Truth. Wang Xiao took a sip of beer and said with a smile, "You still care about this? How many people in my unit do you know? You wouldn't know them even if I told you." Wang Yi said, "Tell me and I will analyze it for you. My brain is not enough. Do you think my mother, the best nurse, is not smart enough?" Shiqingqing immediately looked at Wang Xiao with pride. It seemed to mean, "If you dare to say that, I will call you a big cunt." Wang Xiao couldn't beat his wife, so he could only name the candidate list. One is Zhu Daocai, the other is Sun Mingyu. They were the 2 people that Wang Yi saw when he went to their hotel the day before yesterday. There was another woman named Wang Fang. In fact, the so-called candidate list is just a casual remark and cannot be counted. The most important thing is to see what the general manager means. The so-called analysis did not yield any meaningful results. However, Wang Yi was extremely satisfied that the whole family had a meal together to celebrate the end of the college entrance examination. He had had enough of the misery of eating alone in his previous life. This kind of happy atmosphere was what Wang Yi coveted. Wang Xiao returned to the company in the afternoon. Shi Qingqing had taken several days off and had to go back to the hospital in the afternoon. Wang Yi said he wanted to follow Wang Xiao to his company, where there were computers and he could play around. Actually, I mainly wanted to get in touch with Xiao My Phone. When I arrived at the company, I found out that Xiao My Phone was not here today. She was out doing logistics and I didn't know when she would be back. Wang Yi still has a deep impression of the woman Xiao My Phone. She seems to be only 29 years old this year. She is quite pretty, has a bold and somewhat coquettish personality, and every piece of clothing she wears is bold and revealing. She is actually married. Her husband is a factory worker, and his salary is not as high as hers. The woman is strong and the man is weak, so Xiao My Phone has the final say at home. In addition, Xiao My Phone has a younger brother. His name is Xiao Cheng Phone, and he's a gangster. It was this bastard who slept with He Shuiying, a fish farmer, in his previous life. At that time, the two of them joined forces to leave an indelible mark on Wang Yi. In his previous life, Wang Yi had a wound on his back. They were stabbed in the back by a conspiracy. So in this life, how could Wang Yi continue to be He Shuiying's bootlicker? He also said that he would wait at the entrance of the karaoke bar and would not leave until he saw someone there. Go to hell. Xiao My Phone was away, so Wang Yi could only sit in front of a computer desk board. The screen of the desktop computer in front of him was covered with dust, and it was estimated that no one had used it for a long time. It was placed in the corner of a storage room. There were several shelves in other places, all filled with building materials and sundries. If you didn't walk in on purpose, you wouldn't be able to find that there was a person inside. There is no way, Wang Xiao said, that other computers cannot be played with casually, only this one is okay if it breaks. Wang Yi found a rag and wiped the computer. Then I turned on the switch and waited for several minutes before entering the home screen. The ancient Win95 system. In 1999, Win98 already had a Chinese version. However, this computer probably has few users, and few people know how to use it, so it has become a decoration. Wang Yi saw a shortcut to Red Alert on the interface. He didn't know who installed it here, so he just double-clicked it and opened it. Ding! Blue screen. Oh shit! Restart. Wang Yi took a look at the settings: Pentium 133, 16M memory, 2.1G hard disk. I wanted to check what was on the hard drive, but it turned into a blue screen again. Damn, I lost interest instantly. Wang Yi first unplugged the power supply. He sat in the chair in a daze, thinking, reborn in 1999, how can I make money? As a result, I think that this era is like a pig standing at the Win's outlet, and you can make money even if you lie down. Xiaomar's OICQ was just released not long ago, and he might still be playing the role of a female chat companion at this time. Returned from Yangjing with 18 knights after a great defeat, and they had not yet found their way. Wang Yi Suhu is just getting started. Too many. 1999 was the first year of the internet. You could make money doing anything. Also, the well-known people get rich by speculating in real estate, Maotai stocks, Bitcoin. You can even copy books, songs, and scripts. Too many. As Wang Yi was thinking, he fell asleep leaning on the table. Before he knew it, he was awakened by some strange noises. In a daze, he lay still and listened carefully. Aha! Damn it, be gentle. The next second, he lost his composure. Shit, I just came into play on the computer and accidentally fell asleep, and I actually encountered such an exciting thing. There were actually a couple who ran into this storage room to have sex secretly. Do you want it to be so exciting? Wait, could this male protagonist be the dog dad Wang Xiao? Impossible, impossible. Wang Xiao knew he was here. Unless he was crazy, he would not come to this utility room to have an affair with a woman. Wang Yi was in the corner of the room, with some debris blocking his way. He stood up quietly, and with curiosity in his heart, he went to see which pair of wild mandarin ducks they were. He deliberately lay on the ground and poked his head out a little bit, but was stunned by what he saw. Rough. This is so exciting. But when I looked again, something was wrong. Because the woman was Xiao My Phone, and the man was actually Zhu Daocai. These two people actually had such an affair in private. After a few seconds, the noise stopped. Xiao Maifeng complained, "What's going on?" Wang Yi almost laughed out loud, but he quickly held it back and shrank into a corner, not daring to even breathe. Zhu Daocai smiled and said, "There will be something happening at the construction site later. It's urgent. Don't worry, I have already booked a room. The red sun is 8.3. I will make sure you have enough food and drink tonight." After a pause, he said, "By the way, how have you considered what I said?" Xiao Maifeng frowned when she heard this. "Old Zhu, if you ask me to deal with Wang Xiao, it's fine if I just pretend, but if you ask me to do it for real and keep his things, I will have to make too much sacrifice. If this happens, my family will have to tear down the house. Wouldn't it be just what you want if it was demolished? I'll support you from now on. Also, I promise that when Lao Wang is removed, his place will be yours." Hearing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but tremble all over. When he saw that it was the two of them just now, he had a premonition. Now that he heard it with his own ears and the evidence was solid, he really wanted to rush out and kill them. Chapter 13: The Great Irony. Shock. Anger. Remorse. The raging rage was about to burst out of his head, spreading uncontrollably in his heart. He suddenly remembered Huang Wei's evaluation of him, a fool. "You are absolutely right." It turned out that all this was secretly planned by Zhu Daocai, who killed his father and indirectly killed his mother, leaving his family broken up. The funny thing was that just because Zhu Daocai later hypocritically gave him some small favors, he actually became grateful to him and regarded his enemy as a benefactor. Har har, ridiculous, really ridiculous. At that time, Zhu Daocai probably cursed him in his heart as a fool every time he saw me, right? He hated Wang Xiao for more than 20 years and scattered his ashes, blaming him for killing his mother. Idiot. The biggest idiot in the world is me. Maybe God couldn't bear to see such a fool like him being kept in the dark, so he gave him a chance to be reborn. Bitch, liar, murderer. In this life, I, Wang Yi, will definitely make you experience what despair is. But now he was hiding in the corner, not daring to move. If those two people knew that Wang Yi was hiding here and heard their conspiracy, he might be killed to silence him. However, he did not have the skills like Huang Wei and was even a little weak. After waiting for a while, Zhu Daocai received a phone call and went out in a hurry. After a while, Xiao Maifeng also left. Only at this moment did Wang Yi breathe a sigh of relief, but his body was already soaked with sweat. Tonight. Red Sunday, the 8th of March. That's the key message. Wang Yi remembered that the place where Wang Xiao had the accident in his previous life was also this 8.3. Wang Yi probably understood Zhu Daocai's intention of setting up this trap. If a normal PC is seized, the minimum detention period is 7 days. If this becomes an unspoken rule in the workplace, and Xiao Maifeng insists that Wang Xiao threatened her or even forced her to have sex with him, the minimum sentence would be 3 years. It was a critical period for the appointment of Deputy General Manager of Dongfang Sanjian Jiangxing Branch. Once Wang Xiao was caught in the act, it went without saying that he would have no chance of becoming Deputy General Manager. In his previous life, Wang Yi was not sure whether Zhu Daocai became their vice president because of this, but a few years later Zhu Daocai became the general manager. However, Xiao Maifeng did replace him as the office director after Wang Xiao got into trouble. Wang Yi had also heard of another saying. Because Wang Xiao did this kind of thing to her female subordinate, the company considered giving her compensation and letting her not make a big deal out of it, so they let her take Wang Xiao's position. Thinking about it now, Wang Xiao's death was so miserable. In this case, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Soon, Wang Yi also left this smelly storage room. He was hesitating whether to tell Wang Xiao, only to find out that he had gone out. Afterwards, Wang Yi walked towards the Hongri Hotel. He plans to get a room, preferably right opposite 8.3. He first ran to the 8th floor and found the location of 8.3, and saw that the opposite was 8.4. Then, just when Wang Yi wanted to run downstairs to get a room, the door of room 8.4 opened. A person appeared at the door. Wang Yi looked a little confused. "Why is it you again?" "The reason why I said again is because this person was Huang Wei, who we separated not long ago at noon. Enemies always meet again." Huang Wei was also surprised, but was immediately choked by Wang Yi's tone. He frowned and said, "What do you mean by that? Am I getting in your way here?" That intimidating aura was so brutal. Wang Yi quickly said, No, I just felt, what a coincidence. I ran into you last time I came here, and I ran into you again today. What kind of damn fate is this? Wang Wei snorted and said, I think you're more like a pervert who stalks girls. At this moment, the elevator at the corner made a ding sound. Wang Yi was startled. He was worried that Xiao Meifeng or Zhu Daocai would come suddenly. If they saw him here, they might change their plan of fighting in the evening, which would ruin Wang Yi's plan. He immediately grabbed Wang Wei, rushed into her room, and closed the door. Wang Wei was startled and shouted, Wang. Wang Yi quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Don't scream, I will explain to you later. Bang. Wang Yi didn't finish his words. There was a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. The boxing champion school beauty has proved with practical actions that her title of boxing champion is well deserved and fair. And Wang Yi covered his stomach again. Fuck you, what did I do wrong? Wang Yi had 1,000 thoughts in his mind and felt really upset. Wang Wei snorted coldly, don't play dead, I only used 30% of my strength. Sure enough, you are Ultraman and I am a little monster. Just then, when he heard footsteps coming from outside the door, he quickly made a gesture to keep quiet, stood up despite the abdominal pain and leaned forward to observe through the peephole on the door. He saw 2 men walking past the door, neither Zhu Daocai nor Xiao Meifeng. He breathed a sigh of relief, held his stomach and glanced at Wang Wei, then walked to the bed and lay down on it. He has to slow down. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Do me a favor. Chapter 14 Lend me your room. Wang Wei looked at Wang Yi with disdain. What can I help you with? Wang Yi said, let me use your room. I'll let you use the room. Wang Wei couldn't figure out Wang Yi's train of thought. Why do you want this room? Oh, you can't afford to book a room yourself, so you want to date He Shuyin here? You're doing that in my room. What are you thinking? Wang Yi said, what are you thinking about? Do you think He Shuyin, the fish farmer, would come here to do that to me? Fish farmer? What does that mean? I have a fish pond at home and am good at raising fish. Wang Wei looked at him, but didn't ask any more questions. He snorted and said, I also think you can't get her, so why do you need the room? I have another use, it's very important. That won't work either. If you do something bad here, won't I have to take the blame for you? Wang Yi thought about it and felt that this room really couldn't be changed, so he immediately said, why don't you cancel the room first, and I'll open a new one? Wang Wei curled his pretty lips and said, no way. Tell me, what do you want to do? Wang Yi thought for a moment and said, I accidentally got the news that someone wants to harm my father. Their base of conspiracy is 8.3 across the street. I am here to find evidence. Wang Wei's eyes widened when he heard this, flashing with excitement. Are you serious? It's absolutely true. I swear on my honor. This is very important to me and our family. So, Wang Wei, we have been classmates for 6 years. My father and your father are old classmates. You won't stand by and watch me die, right? Who wants to harm your father? You'll know when the time comes. Wang Wei stared at his face with his distinct black and white eyes for a while, and finally said, okay, your dad praised me for being pretty, so I have to help you out for both emotional and logical reasons. Yes, school beauty Wang, flowers bloom when they see them, and cars are loaded when they see them. There was no such word in 1999. It was very novel. Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he asked, do you often talk to He Shuyin like this? No. HMPH. At the entrance of Happy Karaoke. He Shuyin, Feng Lechin, and another girl named Zhu Huahua started to get impatient after waiting for less than 3 minutes. What's going on with Wang Yi? Why hasn't he come over yet? He has no sense of time and actually wants us to wait for him. You don't act like a man at all. Go in. Why are you waiting for him? Yu Huahua said sharply that she had plain facial features, but had a pair of long legs, and was surrounded by many men who liked to fawn on her, but she had no habit of waiting for boys. He Shuyin looked at the door and said, how about you go in first and I'll wait for a while? I might have been delayed on the way. Feng Lechin looked at her. She had heard it with her own ears before. Wang Yi refused at first, but then He Shuyin said he could wait for one song at a time. Wang Yi left without saying anything, and didn't say whether he would come or not. She felt that her best friend had become more and more concerned about Wang Yi in recent days. In the past, she would never wait for Wang Yi. Okay, wait for him for another 3 minutes. If he doesn't come, don't wait any longer. Yu Hua said speechlessly and sat down on the seat next to her. 3 minutes passed quickly. Wang Yi hasn't appeared yet. Yu Hua was completely impatient this time. Shu Ying, are you going to wait any longer? That Wang Yi, didn't you reject his confession? You won't regret it, will you? Shu Ying immediately said, no, how could that be possible? But we are classmates, and he has done so many things for me, so I will wait a little longer. You guys go in first. Okay, let's go in first. Yu Hua and Feng Liqin went in first. Shu Ying waited at the door for a while, becoming more and more impatient. Ever since she rejected Wang Yi's confession that day, that guy seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and changed into a different person. He really ignored her. In the past, she could just say a few nice words to solve the problem, but this time, she had given him 3 chances to make peace, but he still didn't come to reconcile with her. Dead King Yi, you have guts. You're playing hard to get, right? I don't believe you dare not come. But Wang Yi is destined not to come today. In the hotel, Wang Yi and Wang Wei finally reached a settlement. Knowing that someone wanted to harm Wang Xiao, Wang Wei volunteered to stay and help. Wang Yi asked her, weren't you in room 8.2 before? Why are you here again? Wang Wei pouted and said, 8.2 it was too noisy next door. I couldn't sleep, so I changed it overnight. Wang Yi asked, it was noisy at night, too. What were they noisy about? Are they playing cards? Wang Wei pursed his lips and blushed slightly, it's noisy anyway. Wang Yi saw her expression and roughly understood what was going on. The girl is so lucky, why didn't you call me over? 2 high school graduates who had just finished the college entrance examination could only talk about the exam when they calmed down. Wang Wei asked, what major are you going to choose in college? Wang Yi replied, it depends on the situation. I think both are fine. In his previous life, he chose computer science, but now he has the professional knowledge of Huawei. If he continues to choose this major, will he become a teacher? He has no interest in it. So he should choose something else. Wang Wei was not satisfied with his answer and began to lecture Wang Yi, choosing a major is the most important thing, even more important than choosing a school. Wang Yi, don't choose a major rashly. Some majors can't even find a job after graduation. Wang Yi said, really? I heard that it's easy to find a job after graduating from funeral majors. Funeral homes are eager to hire them. Why don't you try this? Wang Wei's eyes widened, funeral home. Are you interested? I'm out of my mind. Then I'll rush you to the hospital. Maybe you can still be saved. Get out. Wang Wei kicked Wang Yi hard, turned and walked into the bathroom, closing the door with a bang. She looked at herself in the mirror for a while, walked to the toilet, and suddenly felt that Shizhou was so quiet. What to do? That guy is right outside. This feels so weird. At this time, Wang Yi was touching his calf that had just been kicked and grinning. It took a long time. He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. It was still calm outside, with not a single person in sight. We don't really have to wait until night. Wang Yi touched his chin, turned around and sat on the bed. Suddenly he saw a pair of stockings lying next to the pillow. They were white with pink edges and looked very beautiful. He couldn't help but grab it. At this moment, Wang Wei opened the bathroom door and walked out first. When he looked towards Wang Yi, he was stunned. Wang Yi suddenly realized that his behavior was inappropriate. In a hurry, he stuffed it into his pocket. Chapter 15. Are you in need of a boyfriend? Finally, Wang Wei pretended he saw nothing, walked over, turned on the TV, and turned up the volume. Wang Yi said, I don't watch TV. Wang Wei said, I want to see it. Then he went into the bathroom again. You can't see it when you go to the toilet. Wang Yi picked up the remote control and turned it off. Wang Wei immediately popped his head up again. Open it. What TV do you watch in the bathroom? Can't I listen? Open it. All right. What a weird woman. She listens to TV while going to the toilet. What a weird habit. Oh, Wang Yi suddenly understood. Damn, this is because they are afraid that the sound is too loud. Hee. As a result, the two of them watched TV in this hotel room for the whole afternoon. Still a very quiet one. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wang Wei looked through the peephole for a long time, then turned back to look at Wang Yi suspiciously and said, "Wang Yi, you are not lying to me, are you? Do you want me to stay here with you to watch TV?" Wang Yi looked at her for 2 seconds and said, "Go home." Wang Wei was stunned and said angrily, "Why? This is the room I booked, and I just extended it for another day. I'll give you the room fee. Am I someone who needs this little bit of money?" Just as the two were staring at each other, footsteps were heard outside the door. It sounded like someone was wearing high heels. Soon a soft beep sound was heard. Wang Yi instantly jumped up and rushed to the door, pulling Wang Wei away and leaning over to the peephole to look. He saw a woman wearing a red top and a blue skirt, with big chestnut-colored wavy hair, standing in front of the door of 8.3 opposite. "That's right, it's her. Show my phone." But she was alone. Zhu Daocai did not follow behind him. Wang Wei had been waiting for a long time and was very curious, so she quickly leaned over, squeezed Wang Yi aside, and looked outside the door with one eye. As a result, Xiao Maifeng just came in at this time and closed the door first, so she only saw half of a figure in a hurry. "Is this the person you are looking for?" Wang Wei turned and looked at Wang Yi and asked. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. Wang Yi could see his own appearance in her pupils and feel the hot breath on his face as she spoke. "Fresh. Slightly sweet." He nodded slightly. "Just one." "A female," she whispered. "You didn't see it." "I just saw a leg." "Wait a little longer." The two men were very close to each other, with their arms squeezed together, but Wang Yi was calculating in his mind what would happen next. In the afternoon, he had already considered more than a dozen feasible plans and had a plan in mind. Now, he just had to wait for the opportunity to come. Wang Wei's eyes fluctuated, and he leaned against the door and looked at him, as if in a daze. Suddenly he asked a strange question, "What do you like about He Shuiying?" Wang Yi was stunned. "What do you like about her?" "I like being played around by her, and I like being the fish in her pond." He laughed at himself inwardly and said, "You go over there, I'm good enough here." She didn't leave, and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Don't make noise." He couldn't tell her, "I know what's going to happen next, I know what's going to happen in the next few days, and I even know where the world is going to go in the next 20 years. Wang Wei pouted her red lips, and her cheeks were puffed up. "Other boys try their best to listen to her talk, but you think I'm noisy. That's too much. You?" Just as Wang the school beauty was about to speak, Wang Yi suddenly heard footsteps. He immediately reached out and covered her mouth with his hand, staring outside. Wang Wei. Her eyes were wide open and she blinked several times, but no sound came out and she looked a little dazed. Wang Yi finally saw the person coming. It turned out to be Zhu Daocai. At this moment, his heart beat much faster. Outside, Zhu Daocai walked to the door of 8.3, stood there for a while, and suddenly turned to look at the door of 8.4. Wang Yi, who was staring at him through the peephole, tensed up, thinking that he had discovered something, but immediately calmed down. "No way, he can't find me. He just has a guilty conscience." Knock knock knock. Sure enough, Zhu Daocai knocked on the door of room 8.3. The door opened quickly, and Wang Yi saw that Xiao Maifeng had already taken off her clothes, and was only wrapped in a white bath towel. Seeing Zhu Daocai, he smiled and said, "You came quite quickly." Zhu Daocai chuckled and touched her head, "Little slut, you take off your clothes faster. Damn it, it's just for your convenience, come in quickly, I have to go back at 9:30. He. The two of them quickly walked in and the door slammed shut. Faintly, a woman's moan and a voice saying "no, no" could be heard from inside the door. Only then did Wang Yi withdraw his gaze and a hand that was pressing on Wang Wei's mouth. It turned out that the campus beauty Huang's face was flushed, and her expression showed an indescribable shyness. Oh. She should have heard the conversation between the two people outside the door just now, right? Even a fool knows what those two are going to do. Didn't you say that someone in that room was plotting against your dad? What's going on? Wang Wei said in a low voice. Wang Yi pulled her away from the door. Then he rushed to the bed, grabbed the landline and dialed a number, pinching his throat and said, "Hello, 11, I want to report a case, a woman is being raped. Hongri Hotel 8.3, come quickly, someone is going to die." Wang Wei looked at him blankly. "I never expected it to work like this." "You, how come you?" Wang Yi ignored her. "Now time is life. We must race against time. What if Zhu Daocai is used to taking the fast lane? After the call to report the crime, he immediately dialed another number. This number was Xiao Meifeng's home number. He had seen it before when he was in Godai's office. There were the home numbers of all the office staff. Making this call is double insurance. Hello, is this Xie Hui? I just saw your wife Xiao Meifeng drunk, being carried into the 8.3 of Hongri Hotel by a man, and it seemed that she had taken off her clothes. Come here now, then, hurry up, or you will be cheated on. Remember, it's 8.3. Wang Yi still has a number in his hand. It's from Zhu Daocai's family. But now is not the time to fight. Huang Wei said sternly, if you use this phone to call, won't I have to take the blame for you again? The hotel's phone was indeed a small floor. However, there was no way he could run outside to find a pay phone. Besides, even if the other party has caller ID, it will only show the hotel's switchboard number, so it's not a big problem. Wang Wei then said, forget it, forget it. Reporting crimes is what we good citizens should do. My father taught me this since I was a child. The two of them packed up briefly and quietly left the room. As soon as I took the elevator downstairs, I saw a team of police rushing towards me aggressively. Chapter 16, Eating with the School Beauty for the First Time. The police station is less than 500 meters away from Hongri Hotel, which is indeed quite close. So it came very quickly. The two sides passed each other just in front of the elevator door. Wang Wei also felt a little nervous. Even though her father was a team leader, this was her first time to be personally involved. Hey, I'm hungry, please treat me to a meal. Wang Wei said. Wait, I'll treat you to a feast later. Wang Yi walked to the sofa in the corner of the hall and sat down, waiting. Soon, he saw a man running in hurriedly. Wang Yi still had some impression of this person. He was Xiao Meifeng's husband. Because Xiao Meifeng's plan was successful in her previous life, this man was not polite to Wang Yi. Wang Yi smiled imperceptibly and said to Wang Wei, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Bang bang bang. Open the door immediately, we are the police. If you don't open the door, it will crash. Boom, boom. After 2 knocks on the door of room 8.3 was finally opened, and a group of 5 police officers rushed in holding explosion-proof equipment. What was seen were Zhu Daocai and Xiao Meifeng lying naked on the bed. It was Zhu Daocai's bad luck as he had a really extravagant time. Xiao Meifeng's hands and feet were tied to the west corner of the bed with a very long rope but not very tight. But he couldn't solve it in such a short time. Then, the 2 police officers rushed over first and treated him as a violent gangster. They pushed him to the ground, handcuffed him, and rubbed his face against the ground. Zhu Daocai was so frightened that his face turned pale and he was trembling all over. You, what are you doing? I'm not a criminal, I'm not. Aren't you a criminal? You're caught red-handed but are still trying to make excuses. Do you think we are 5 blind people? The leading male police officer said coldly as he covered Xiao Meifeng with a quilt and untied the ropes on her body. Xiao Meifeng was so frightened that her mind went blank. I can't say anything. Zhu Daocai quickly explained, Sir, you are wrong, I am really not a criminal, she is my wife. Take out your ID card. We'll know if she's your wife. Zhu Daocai quickly added, she's my girlfriend. Really? If you don't believe me, ask her. The team leader looked at Xiao Meifeng. Xiao Meifeng glanced at Zhu Daocai who was pinned to the ground, and took several deep breaths before she calmed herself down. The leader was afraid that she was timid, so he comforted her, don't be afraid, just tell it truthfully. The more you are afraid of this kind of rubbish, the more disadvantageous it will be to you. Xiao Meifeng nodded and finally spoke, he really. But at this moment, a person rushed in through the door. It was Xiao Meifeng's husband Xie Hui. When Xie Hui rushed in, the ropes on Xiao Meifeng's feet were untied, but the ropes on her hands were still tied, and the quilt only covered the key parts. Seeing his wife like this, Xie Hui instantly became like a mad bull, and he started punching and kicking Zhu Daocai who was pinned to the ground. You beast, you bastard, how dare you mess with my wife? I'm going to beat you to death. When Xiao Meifeng saw her man suddenly appear, she swallowed back the words she was about to say. Who said that honest people are easy to bully? When an honest man gets angry, he dares to cut you into pieces with a knife. Seeing the furious Xie Hui, Xiao Maifeng dared not say that she was willing. As for the police officers, they felt very sympathetic towards Xie Hui's situation. So when Xie Hui punched and kicked Zhu Daocai, they just tried to stop him. 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Yi brought Wang Wei to the door of a Japanese restaurant. This is exactly the restaurant that he Shuyin wanted to eat at before. Wang Wei looked up at the sign and said, "You're treating me to this restaurant. It's quite expensive." "You think it's expensive?" "I think it's expensive too. I just passed by a spicy hot pot restaurant. Why don't we go there?" "TSK, who wants to eat spicy hot pot? This is the one. I've been with you all day and even carried several pots for you. It's useless for you to keep the money anyway. You will spend it on Hishuing in the future." Wang Yi frowned slightly. "Why mention her?" Wang Wei said, "You like her." "I don't like it anymore. I was lying to your mother." Wang Yi stared at her for a long time. "Mom, would you consider giving me a sister? You're looking for death." The boys and girls rushed into the Japanese restaurant, making a lot of noise. Not far from the Japanese restaurant, a black Santana was parked there. Huang Liang looked through the car window and saw the two figures disappearing in the Japanese restaurant, with a worried look on his face. Wang Yi returned home at night. I found Wang Xiao curled up on the sofa, watching TV alone. He was watching the outdated My Fair Princess 2, and he was laughing like an auntie while watching. "Oh, I remember, it's July 1999 and this TV series was just released 2 months ago." "Lao Wang. You are alone here, where is my mother?" "I'm going to work." "What did you just call me, you bastard?" "Dad. I just think it's more intimate to call you Lao Wang. You are Lao Wang and I am Xiao Wang. When we sit at the poker table, we are like a pair of kings." Wang Yi looked at his dog father and felt guilty. "In my previous life, I misunderstood him for half his life, and after his death, I didn't even give him a piece of land for a grave. His bones were crushed and his ashes were scattered. In this life, I, your son, will be filial to you and take care of you in your old age. Well, this is my compensation to you. Think of this." He turned around, filled a basin with water for washing feet, and placed it in front of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked up and asked his son, "What are you doing?" Wang Yi said, "My son is offering me foot washing water as a gift. You don't have to be so flattered. Drink it." "No, wash your feet." Wang Xiao's mouth twitched. "The sun rises from the west, and you can still bring me water to wash my feet. Xiao Yi, tell me, no, tell Dad, did you get into trouble outside?" "Don't worry, your mother is not here, this is a secret between the two of us." "No, you wash first." "I don't dare to wash it." "Really not?" Wang Xiao also understood his son's temperament. If someone showed his kindness for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. He looked at his son with suspicion and said, "You bastard, you didn't get Wang Liang's daughter pregnant, did you?" Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat and he imagined the scene in his mind. He might get beaten to death by the boxing champion and school beauty. That pink fist, a critical hit of 999. Wang Yi didn't say anything, but Wang Xiao misunderstood it as true. He jumped up instantly. "Really? It's really a big deal." Wang Yi quickly said, "It wasn't a big deal. No, I never did. She and I are not what you think. By the way, Dad, I want to tell you something." Wang Xiao looked at him, his expression seeming a little disappointed. "Explain." "I just saw that Lao Ju from your company was arrested by the police. It seems that this old man raped a woman in the Hongri Hotel. The woman was related to you. She was your subordinate Xiao Maifeng. Xiao Maifeng's husband was also here." "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes at the Red Sun Hotel." "You went to Hongri Hotel again?" Wang Xiao was silent for a while, stood up and said he wanted to go and take a look. Wang Yi quickly grabbed him and said, "Dad, what are you going to see? Old Ju is committing a crime. If you go and get involved, be careful that Xiao Maifeng's husband will break your head." Wang Xiao said, "Xiao Maifeng is my subordinate. Now she is being bullied by that bastard Zhu Daocai. I have to go over and comfort her." Wang Yi sighed secretly. "That slut Xiao Maifeng, I originally prepared it for you." Wang Yi said, "You are not the CEO. He is angry right now. If you go over there now, won't you just be a punching bag for him? I think this incident has a great impact on the reputation of your Dongfang Sanjian. Many people at the hotel are talking about it. Plus, you are going to change the vice president now. If the news gets to the ears of the head office, so your CEO has to come forward. Wang Xiao looked at his son in surprise. He reached out and patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. Son, your thinking is like someone who can go to college. After a pause, he said, I'll go call Lao Zhang. Old Zhang is the boss of their branch, Zhang Sanfeng. Wang Yi said, Dad, why don't you wash your feet first? I worked so hard to get the water for washing feet. I don't dare to wash it. What's wrong? This faceplate is what your mother uses to wash her butt. Wang Yi's mouth twitched suddenly. Is my mom's butt so big? Chapter 17 Daily Life of the Big King and Little King. Jiangxing City, Huang family. Huang Liang went home carrying a bag of barbecue and saw his wife Dao Yuefan wearing glasses and reading a newspaper, while his daughter Huang Wei was holding a book. Their mother and daughter were very quiet, and if the lights hadn't been on, one would have thought no one was around. Yuefan, Xiaowei, look what I brought back for you. Huang Liang Xianbao usually puts the barbecue on the coffee table. Dao Yuefan took a look and frowned, saying, Don't eat this kind of junk food from roadside stalls anymore. Did you forget that your last physical examination report said that your blood pressure was a little high? Huang Liang smiled and said, It's just a little bit higher, it's okay. Then he looked at his daughter, Xiao Wei, you eat with daddy. Huang Wei touched his stomach quietly and shook his head, Dad, you eat it yourself. I just had a buffet at a Japanese restaurant and was full. One person charges 128, what a rip-off shop. I will never go there again. In order to make the money back, the result is. Okay, I'll eat by myself. Huang Liang brought a small stool and sat next to the coffee table, then asked casually, Xiao Wei, are you and your classmates having dinner this afternoon? Huang Wei looked at the book and nodded slightly, yeah. How many people are there? There are so many. Where did you go to eat? Dao Yuefan kicked him on the calf and said unhappily, Why don't you go home and investigate the case? Huang Liang quickly smiled and said, How could that be possible? It's just our daily communication as father and daughter. I'm just concerned about my daughter. I asked her about her feelings and felt involved, right? My classmates are having a dinner party, why should you feel involved? Eat quickly and throw it out when you're done. The whole room is filled with the smell of chili oil. Okay. Huang Liang didn't ask any more questions, but he felt uncomfortable when he thought of his daughter and the boy he saw at the door of the Japanese restaurant before. He felt like the treasure he had raised for more than 10 years was about to be stolen. The key point is that the boy is Wang Xiao's son. It makes me even more depressed. He glanced at Wang Wei, who was sitting quietly, and said from a different angle, By the way, Yuefan, do you know who I met at noon today? Wang Xiao's son, I think his name is Yi, is actually in the same class with our daughter. Hey, Xiaowei, you said before that you have been in the same class for how many years? Huang Wei was looking at the book and didn't want to talk. But I noticed that both my father and mother's eyes were looking over here. She had no choice but to answer, 6 years. Dao Yuefan said calmly, We were in the same class for 6 years, so we are really old classmates. Wang Xiao's son, is he the one who married Shiqingqing, a nurse at the Chinese medicine hospital? Yes, that's him. His son looks like his mother. He's handsome. Oh, you're not still harboring evil intentions towards Nurse Shi, are you? You used to go to the Chinese medicine hospital a lot. You would run over to find Nurse Shi to give you an injection even if you were bitten by a mosquito. Huang Wei suddenly raised his head and looked at Huang Liang in surprise. Huang Liang just laughed awkwardly and said nothing. But he knew that his wife would definitely ask. As expected, Dao Yuefan asked Huang Wei, How is your classmates' grades? Huang Wei said calmly, Average, around 70th or 80th in the grade. Oh. Dao Yuefan responded and stopped asking. The college entrance examination was over. Such results were very different from those of her daughter. After entering university, the groups of people they came into contact with would be divided into different levels. Wang Xiao's son would probably be like that, and would not have any contact with her daughter in the future. At most, they would meet at a class reunion in a few years, but they would only be able to look up to him. Life is so wonderful. She then thought of the beautiful nurse, but she was just a nurse after all. But she is a department-level cadre in a water affairs agency. Thinking of this, she smiled lightly and continued to read the newspaper. Huang Wei was thinking about what Wang Yi did in the hotel today. Although Wang Yi did not tell her the whole story, the 2 phone calls he made did not seem like something a high school student would do. This guy's behavior in recent days is a bit confusing. I don't understand. The next day. Estimated college entrance examination scores. For Wang Yi, it doesn't matter whether he estimates it or not. He even considered not going to college anymore, it was a waste of time. After a while, he would recruit a group of PhD and master students to work for him, wouldn't that be great? However, if his mother Shiqingqing knew this, she would dare to chase her son for 9 blocks with the largest syringe. Xiao Yi, hurry up and get up. It's already so late. Don't we have to estimate our college entrance examination scores today? If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Wang Yi was still lazing in bed when Shiqingqing rushed in, pulled back the blanket, and slapped him on the butt. Although I have experienced such mornings 3 times since my rebirth, but it's not enough. What I want. What I lacked in my previous life. It's such simple happiness. Mom, you're being a hooligan. Wang Yi muttered with his eyes closed. Is this what you call being a hooligan? You little bastard, let me show you what real hooliganism is. After a moment, a feather duster hit Wang Yi on the butt with a bang. R. With a loud scream, Wang Yi jumped up from the bed, covering his butt. Soon, their house was filled with the sound of tinkling, mixed with my mother's nagging voice, which symbolizes every strong mother's character. Hurry up, wash your face and brush your teeth, breakfast is ready for you. Master Wang, why are you reading the newspaper so early in the morning? Go and take out the porridge from the pot and let it cool down. Where are your clothes? Bring me the clothes you wore yesterday. With 2 men in my family, I feel like I have 2 sons. At this moment, both the big Wang and the little Wang did not dare to talk back and just followed orders. Not long after, Wang Yi, who was brushing his teeth, suddenly heard Shiqingqing's voice coming from the balcony. Hey, why is there a sock here? Xiao Yi, whose stockings are in your trouser pocket? Puff. The toothpaste bubbles in Wang Yi's mouth suddenly sprayed out. Yesterday in the hotel, he accidentally picked up the white stockings of Huang University's campus beauty and hid them in his pocket. Then, forget it. Wang Xiao, who was serving porridge in the kitchen, moved his ears, as if thinking about something. Then continue with your actions. This is not mine. Wang Yi said vaguely. Of course I know it's not yours. It's something a woman wears, and it's not mine either. Tell me the truth, whose is it? Wang Yi's hands trembled, he glanced in the direction of the kitchen, and said weakly, Dad's. Wang Xiao's body froze, and a half-full bowl of porridge he had filled almost fell to the ground. Facing Shiqingqing's suspicious gaze, he looked at Wang Yi and said, Wife, Xiao Yi has a female classmate. Wang Yi recognized the threat in his father's eyes and said quickly, I remember now, these socks are mine. The college entrance examination is over, and I plan to set up a stall to sell socks to earn tuition during the holiday. This is the sample. What do you think, Mom? Do they feel good to touch? No, they look good. It looks nice, and the material is good, but why do I think it looks worn? This is a sample. I tried it on and it feels good on my feet. It will definitely sell well. As a result, Shiqingqing was the first to reject it. You are going to college soon, and you are going to sell socks on the roadside. No, I can't afford to lose face like this. Wang Yi ate breakfast in a hurry and quickly slipped away. Shiqingqing looked at her husband and asked, Do you know whose socks those are? Wang Xiao shook his head, I don't know. Shiqingqing said, You don't know? Then you will be responsible for washing all the socks in the house from now on. Wang Xiao compromised immediately, I remember, it might be a female classmate of Xiao Yi. Chapter 18 The School Beauty is My Godmother. Jiangxing Middle School Bus Stop. As soon as Wang Yi got off the bus, he saw the fat man Wu Qi waving at him on the platform. Brother Yi, here. This guy actually had 2 bags of breakfast in his hands and he gave one to Wang Yi. What? You want to be my godfather? Unexpectedly, the watermelon-headed fat man climbed up the pole, raised his hands and shouted, Godfather. Fuck you. If you're groveling like that, you must be asking for something. I'll give you your breakfast. Please don't, Brother Yi. This is a token of my love. Wang Yi only ate a bowl of porridge for breakfast and ran out. He was really a little overwhelmed, so he just ate it and said, Fatty, you are waiting for your father here so early in the morning. What do you want? Brother Yi, let me show you something. He took out a sock from his pocket and held it in front of Wang Yi. Fuck. Wang Yi jumped back quickly. I was eating and you gave me a stinky sock. Do you want to poison me? Wu Qi said, this is something I have never worn before. It's new. Wang Yi took a closer look and found that it was a pair of women's socks. His expression suddenly became a little strange. This morning, his mother took out a pair of school beauty brand white stockings from his pocket. Hey, fatty, what do you want to do? Give it to a female classmate. Wu Qi blushed slightly and said, of course not. I want to sell socks. These are socks produced by my cousin's factory. They are defective products, but I took a look and they are not much different from the original ones. The original ones are 3 yuan a pair, but these ones only cost 80 cents from my cousin. If I buy more, the price can be even lower. I plan to buy a batch of goods and set up a stall, selling them for 1 yuan and 50 cents a pair. Wang Yi looked at him in a daze. The expression became even weirder. Could this kid be the worm in my stomach? But thinking back carefully, Fatty seemed to have told me about this in his previous life, but he was rejected when he confessed his love to He Shuiying, and he didn't do well in the college entrance examination. After that, he was still led by the nose by He Shuiying, who didn't care about Fatty's affairs at all and just gave him 300 yuan and let it go. A few days later, something happened to the Wang family, and he was completely stunned. It seemed that the fat man later gave over 1,000 yuan, saying it was dividends from selling socks, so the business should be good. This is a good idea. Let's sell it. We should be able to make some money. Wang Yi said. Brother Yi, I want to discuss with you, let's work together. Wang Yi shook his head, my mother rejected it early this morning. The fat man was stunned, what do you mean? Wang Yi didn't explain too much, and then said, are you short of funds? Wang Yi knew about Fatty's family situation. His mother and Wang Yi's mother were colleagues, both nurses at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, earning a little over 1,000 yuan. Fatty's father was not in good health and could only do some small business. He also had to go to the hospital frequently to get medicine, so his financial situation was tight. Wang Yi could get a lot of pocket money every month, but it was hard to say whether Fatty could even make 100 yuan a month, so when he wanted to start a socks business, even the startup capital became a problem. The fat man blushed and nodded. Let's go, and talk while we walk. Wang Yi chewed the bun in his hand, thought for a while and said, Fatty, I understand your situation. How about this, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, and you can try it yourself. But I have a suggestion for you. 10 years ago, you might have made money by setting up a stall to sell socks, but it's not so good now. You might as well go find some small clothing stores, such as the ones next to the farmer's market, and the ones that sell everything for 2 yuan. You can sell it to those small bosses at a low price, and then you can make the difference and sell in large quantities. This kind of operation is no longer a new thing in later generations. Even in his era when online merchants were rampant, this model was eliminated. But it's 1999 now, so you can still give it a try. After hearing this, the fat man suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had never thought about this model of selling socks. He just wanted to set up a street stall and be a street stall owner. However, he seemed to have grasped something. Wang Yi's words opened the door to a new world in front of him. Actually, in the previous life, Wang Yi remembered that Fatty later went into business and set up a clothing factory. However, he later heard that after the business grew big, it suddenly suffered losses again and lost all his money. He went back to open a clothing store in despair. After all, I am a shop owner. Brother Yi, Godfather, listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. If this business succeeds, I will give you half of the shares. From now on, I will be the big boss and you will be the second boss. The fat man suddenly said excitedly. Wang Yi looked at him, why am I not the big boss? Fatty, the shares of the first and second bosses are the same, regardless of size. Wang Yi, okay, sell a few pairs of socks. You're enough as my boss. I'll give you 1,000 yuan tonight. If you make money, pay me back. If you lose money, forget it. This is the only 1,000 yuan he can afford now. The monthly pocket money is quite a lot, but a lot is also spent on He Shuiying. Fatty, how can that be possible? You pay and I do the work, it's half and half. Wang Yi, let's go, eat your buns quickly. After entering the classroom, Wang Yi saw many figures that had long remained in the depths of his mind. Some of them can be called out by nicknames, while for others, only symbols are left in memory. "Oh. Fatty, where is my seat?" Wang Yi asked in confusion. Because he was quite tall, he only remembered that he should have sat in the last row. However, the class would rotate the entire row every once in a while. 20 years later, he was not even sure who his former deskmate was. The fat guy glanced at the classroom and was also a little confused. "I don't know." Today's score estimation seems to show that everyone is sitting randomly. "Oh, all right." At the same time, He Shuiying and Feng Liqin, who were sitting in the second to last row, had already seen Wang Yi entering the classroom. Feng Liqin quietly touched He Shuiying. "Shuiying, look, Wang Yi is here." He Shuiying snorted proudly. "He dared to stand me up. Ignore him and don't talk to him all day." Feng Liqin followed He Shuiying's lead, nodded, and then said, "Do you think he will sit behind us today?" He Shuiying said, "How should I know?" But when she saw Wang Yi walking towards this row of aisles, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up again. I thought to myself, "Humph, aren't you coming over here obediently again?" Feng Liqin whispered, "Shuiying, didn't Yang Wei give you a bouquet of flowers yesterday? Have you made up your mind to choose Yang Wei? But I think Yang Wei is not as handsome as Wang Yi, and he is a little shorter." It turned out that she didn't wait for Wang Yi yesterday, so she found another fish to pay the bill and was given a bouquet of flowers. He Shuiying said, "I'm still young, so I won't fall in love for now. I'll talk about it in a few years." Feng Liqin. Seeing Wang Yi getting closer and closer, He Shuiying pretended not to see him and stared down at her fingers. However, when he patted Wu Qi on the shoulder and said, "Fatty, find a place to sit by yourself." He first sat down in a seat by the aisle. Next to her was the school beauty Huang Wei. He saw it when he entered the classroom. For him, the estimated score is not important. What is important is the current situation of Zhu Daocai and Xiao Maifeng. As the daughter of the Jiangxing criminal police captain, Huang Wei might be able to hear something. He used the hotel phone to call Xiao Maifeng's husband Xie Hui yesterday. Someone might find out about her, so he should pay attention. Huang Wei turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes. Wang Yi also looked at her. Not to mention, this face is pleasing to the eyes even without any expression. Should I listen to Lao Wang's advice and marry her? But the fat man's legs were weak. The boxing champion school beauty's sidelong glance made him feel like he was being stared at by some beautiful and poisonous beast. He got nervous and blurted out, "Godfather, you talk to Godmother. I'm leaving now." Chapter 19, Is this an arranged marriage? God, Dad, Godmother. No way. Wang Yi, Huang Wei, the two of them. Although the fat man spoke in a low voice, several students sitting in the seats in front and behind Huang Wei heard it. At this time, the college entrance examination was over and studying was put aside. It was the time when youth hormones were flying and gossip flags were flying high. 7 or 8 students in front, behind, and around Huang Wei immediately looked over with a look of curiosity. And it doesn't seem to be groundless. Yesterday at noon, several classmates saw Wang Yi and Huang Wei getting into the same car. It seems that their fathers know each other. The greatest proof is that normally, if someone dared to sit next to their boxing champion and school beauty, they would have been unable to withstand the sharp gaze that could emit death rays and would have been scared to death. But now that Wang Yi sat next to Huang Wei, she was surprisingly indifferent. No, what's with that look in their eyes? Is this the legendary radio wave? There was a girl named Yu Haiying, who was the class life committee member. She was very popular and liked to joke around. At this time, she leaned over from the back seat and asked, "Are you two the kind of engaged couple that you see on TV, who have been engaged since childhood?" Wang Yi used to have a good relationship with her. At this time, he stretched out his hand and pushed her forehead. "What do you want? Go away." Yu Haiying pouted his head. "Are you admitting it?" Huang Wei finally spoke, "No." Some of the boys who didn't understand what was going on whispered, "What's Wang Yi up to? Isn't he always pursuing He Shuiying? Why is her mother hooking up with Huang Wei? You can't even pick up He Shuiying, and you still want to pick up Huang Wei? What are you daydreaming about? Whose urine is yellow? Go wake up this bastard. Get him out of here. No one is allowed to be around the yellow school beauty." The boys were envious, jealous and hateful, and each of them looked like their wife had been stolen by someone else. At the same time, He Shuyin pretended to look down at her fingernails, but her peripheral vision was watching the aisle. She was surprised to find that Wang Yi did not come over. Only the fat man Wu Qi came over. Where was Wang Yi? Wang Yi sat next to Wang Wei. Feng Lichin's voice sounded from the side. What? He Shuyin looked up immediately and saw that Wang Yi was indeed sitting next to Wang Wei. The two people were very close to each other. How could he? 3 days ago, he vowed to her that he would love her forever and that he would never fall in love with any other girl except her. But only 3 days later, he dared to hook up with another girl in front of her. Scum. Too much. He Shuyin's fingernails dug into her palms. She felt very uncomfortable and her chest was stuffy. She remembered that she had a dog in the past, but it was stolen one day. She cried for several days because of this. The feeling now was so similar. No. More serious. This time, when he took the initiative to abandon her and chase another girl. At this time, Feng Lichin whispered, Shuyin, you don't like him anyway, you have rejected him, and after graduating from high school, you probably won't see each other again, let him be with whoever he wants. Besides, when he chasing Wang Wei, isn't it funny, he is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After hearing this, He Shuyin slowly calmed down. Yes, Wang Wei's parents are not ordinary people. Even if Wang Yi's father knows Wang Wei's father, so what? At most, he is the one who flatters the Wang family. It is impossible for them to become in-laws. Wang Yi's grades are good enough to get him into an undergraduate program at best, and he has no chance of getting into a key university because his English is terrible. But Wang Wei, as long as he performs normally, can at least get into a key university, maybe even Tsinghua or Peking University. There's a world of difference between them. Also, I don't really like him that much. But it's still annoying. He obviously likes me. Unconsciously, he got stuck in a dead end again. Wang Yi glanced at Yu Haiyin, who was still immersed in his fantasy and was speechless. In fact, he didn't have much in mind towards Wang Wei. This girl is a violent person. She has a crazy protective daughter protecting criminal police captain at home, a mother who has eyes on the top of her head, and an unreliable brother. If you date and marry her, you can imagine the bullying she will suffer at home in the future. She may even be asked to kneel on a durian or something. He is a reborn person, why would he be so stupid as to endure that kind of humiliation? However, her profile is so beautiful. Just like every teenager's dream girl. Although Wang Yi is in his teens mentally, he is young physically and mentally as well. Hi, Wang Wei, I want to ask you something. Wang Yi leaned close to Wang Wei's ear and whispered. Wang Wei turned to look at him, bit her pink lips lightly, and said nothing. But one face has turned pink. The breath from Wang Yi's voice tickled her ears, her neck felt itchy, and her hair stood up. Wang Yi didn't notice her strangeness at the moment, and asked in a low voice, those two people who were arrested in the hotel yesterday, do you know what their situation is now? Wang Wei shook his head, I don't know. Don't know? Doesn't your dad know either? I haven't heard him talk about it. All right. Wang Yi still thought that Zhu Daocai's use of force on Xiao Maifeng was a criminal case. Huang Liang was the captain of the criminal police team and might intervene. In addition, the number of the police call was her room number, so there might be some connection. At least Huang Liang would find out something, but now it seems that he has to find out for himself. Well, it's okay. Then you go ahead and do your work, I'll sit in the back. Wang Yi stood up. Wang Wei was surprised and turned to look at him. She thought Wang Yi would sit next to her, but Wang Yi didn't even notice her look. He walked to the back and sat next to the fat man. The girl's lips pouted slightly. Look, when he was chased away by Wang Wei. Wang Wei seems a little angry. He really overestimates his own abilities. How can Wang Yi, the school beauty Wang, get his hands on her? It's wishful thinking, it's just a daydream. Many people started to laugh. Feng Lichin watched Wang Yi sit next to the fat man Wu Qi and always felt that he looked a little depressed. He Shuyin snorted and said, he deserves it. But when he passed by you, he didn't even look at you. Feng Lichin continued. He Shuyin's heart immediately twitched and she began to feel depressed again. 10 minutes later. Their homeroom teacher, Gao Yali, came in. She was the Chinese teacher of their grade 3-1 class. She was wearing a white long dress and had long flowing hair. Although she was 30 years old, her charm was no less than that of a girl in her 20s. After a brief opening speech, a set of ink-printed test papers were handed out. They were the questions for this year's college entrance examination, and the scoring officially began. Wang Yi, however, had no interest in this at all. He propped up his chin and looked at Gao Yali, his thoughts drifting far away. He remembered this woman, Gao Yali. Her later life seemed to be full of luck. She first became a vice president, then entered the education system, and then suddenly became the first secretary of Jiangxing City. Unfortunately, she ended up in jail. Chapter 20. The fish pond is destroyed. Brother Yi, what do you think the score is? After finishing a set of test questions, Wu Qi looked at Wang Yi and asked. Wang Yi flicked the still clean ink test paper and shrugged, about 100. The fat man was stunned. How much is 100? Wang Yi said, I don't know. I don't quite remember it. I only remember the total score, which was 59 plus. I don't remember how many points there were beyond that. After that, it was like a cursory tour. Teachers of various subjects came on stage one after another. After finishing the 5 test papers, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The fat man estimated his own score to be 49. Suddenly he frowned and said, It seems like getting a better undergraduate degree is a bit iffy. Wang Yi smiled and said, Is it a bit uncertain even for junior college? After hearing this, the fat man was about to cry. His grades were mediocre to begin with, and they fluctuated in every exam. But he had a mother who wanted him to be successful, and if he couldn't even get into college, he would probably be beaten to death. You're just scaring me. I feel this exam is a bit difficult. 49 is not a small number. You should have no problem getting into college. Wang Yi immediately comforted her. The fat man asked back, What's your estimated score? Wang Yi said calmly, About 500 or 600. Fatty. After the score estimation was completed, everyone dispersed, and each of them received a directory book introducing universities across the country and a guide to filling out their application forms. Come fill in the application form 3 days later. The fat man didn't know whether he was going to look for his cousin, so he left in a hurry. Wang Yi planned to go to Godai's construction company. Without the exact information of Zhu Daocai and Xiaomai phone, he always felt uneasy. Historically, Wang Xiao got into trouble the day after tomorrow. Who can guarantee that Zhu Daocai won't do anything else? When they were leaving the classroom, Feng Liqin suddenly ran over and asked, Wang Yi, what do you think your score will be? Wang Yi shook his head, I don't know. He felt that this question must have been asked by He Shuyan. Otherwise, why would Feng Liqin be interested in his estimated scores? Sure enough, she ran to He Shuyan first and said, he said he couldn't estimate. I think he must have failed the test. He was too embarrassed to say it out loud because he wanted to save face. After a pause, he said, Shuyan, I don't understand. Don't you dislike him? Why are you so upset when he has been ignoring you recently? He Shuyan bit her lip and said, I just want to know if he is playing hard to get. I have to test him. No matter if he is playing hard to get or not, just let him be. No, I want to know. Shuyan, I think you actually like Wang Yi in your heart. He Shuyan was stunned for a moment and said softly, Actually, I haven't thought about it yet. Wang Yi left the teaching building and walked towards the gate. On their way, he clearly saw He Shuyan quickly go around in front of him, and then at a corner, she deliberately rushed out and bumped into him. The collision was very light. But He Shuyan still fell down. Put your butt on the ground and split your legs. She exclaimed, looking at Wang Yi aggrievedly, You knocked me down, why don't you help me up? Wang Yi looked at her blankly. Isn't he you're acting a bit fake? And in the past 3 years, haven't you done a lot of things like this? Thinking about it this way, Wang Yi felt more and more that he was really blind before. Wang Yi, hurry up, why are you like this? My butt hurts so much. Wang Yi remained indifferent and turned to leave. At this moment, a slender hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pulled He Shuyan up from the ground. A blue and white school uniform, a long ponytail, and exquisite yet cool facial features. Isn't he at the school beauty Huang Wei? Why did she suddenly appear? Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, and He Shuyan was also stunned. Looking at the girl in front of her, she said with a little emotion, Wang Wei, you hurt me. Wang Wei said in a cold voice, Really? Didn't you fake a fall and get hurt? Who faked a fall? When He Shuyan's trick was exposed, she felt a little flustered, but how could she admit it? Wang Wei said, I saw it all. He Shuyan's expression suddenly became a little tense. She stared at Wang Wei and said after a while, Wang Yi and I were just joking. Can't you see that? Wang Wei smiled coldly, didn't you reject him? He Shuyan asked, does it have anything to do with you? The two girls, both well-known campus beauties of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, are now making a scene for Wang Yi, even though their eyes are not eyes and their noses are not noses. The instigator, Wang Yi, was watching the show from the side. At this moment, Wang Wei suddenly kicked him lightly, stretched out his hand and said, where are my socks? Give them back to me. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, and He Shuyan's eyes widened. What socks? How come Wang Wei's socks were with Wang Yi? Wang Yi felt a little nervous. What socks? Wang Wei said, you don't admit that I wore the stockings yesterday, right? When we were eating Japanese food together yesterday, I saw them in your trouser pocket. Do you want me to go find Uncle Wang and ask him to help me find them? Wang Yi saw He Shuyan, whose face had turned pale, and suddenly realized Wang Wei's intention. This was really a high-end operation. Just now, He Shuyan asked if it had anything to do with you. Wang Wei immediately offered to eat Japanese food together and left a sock on Wang Yi, which immediately blew up He Shuyan's position. But why did Wang Wei do this? Help me get rid of He Shuyan's hook. Very likely. Wang Yi glanced at the cold and lonely girl and said, I have already washed them for you this morning. I will send them to you after they are dry. Don't worry, I definitely did not use your stockings to do anything unspeakable. What else can stockings do that is unspeakable? After all, girls born in 1999 are so pure. The campus beauty of Huang University doesn't even understand this. Wang Yi smiled and said, you'll understand when you grow up. Did you ride a bicycle today? In the carport. That's great. You can give me a ride on your bike. I'm going to go find my dad. You ride, you carry me. Okay. The two walked side by side towards the carport. He Shuyan stood there stiffly, as if she had eaten a bellyful of dog food. The information revealed in the conversation between Wang Yi and Wang Wei just now was a bit shocking, and she could hardly accept it had only been a few days since Wang Yi confessed his love to her. Why did he become like this? Bastard. Feng Liqin finally came over. Shuyan, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Did you find out just now? Why did I see when he followed Wang Wei into the carport? He Shuyan said angrily, from now on, don't ever mention Wang Yi and Wang Wei in front of me again. But as soon as I finished speaking, tears started falling. Feng Liqin said, I just ran into Li Wei, and he said he would like to invite us to eat Japanese food. He Shuyan squatted on the ground and said, no, let him go. Chapter 21 School Beauty Assists. Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School, carport. Many people are picking up bicycles. Wang Yi took Wang Wei's car keys and finally found her Phoenix brand pink women's speed bicycle. At the same time, Wang Wei stood quietly on the side of the road. Although she was wearing a school uniform, she still couldn't hide her tall figure and attractive curves. The scattered sunlight shone through the leaves, and the shadows left on the ground were all fascinating. The breeze blew, and her long hair fluttered lightly. Her clear eyes looked at someone who lowered his head to unlock the door. I don't know what she thought of, and her beautiful lips slightly raised. People passing by her slowed down. There was also a boy who was so focused on watching that he accidentally rode his bike into the flower bed. At this time, a boy carrying a valuable leather school bag mustered up the courage to walk up to Wang Wei. He held a camera in his hand and said nervously but expectantly, Wang Wei, we have graduated from high school. I don't know when we will meet again. Can we take a photo together? Wang Wei's eyes suddenly became cold as he looked at the boy in front of him. Hey, I know her, the rich second-generation girl from class 3, Liu Xin. This guy had been pursuing her for several months and had written no less than 30 love letters to her, which annoyed her a lot. Then old Wang showed up and, in public, dragged him into a police car and made him drink tea for 2 hours. After that, Liu Xin never dared to harass Wang Wei again. The girl instinctively blurted out the word, get out. But suddenly he glanced at Wang Yi, changed his mind, and actually said, Liu Xin was overjoyed, that's great. He immediately waved and called his follower over to help take pictures. But just when Liu stood next to Wang Wei and was about to strike the coolest pose, Wang Wei ran away a few steps, grabbed a boy and put him between them. Take a picture now. Who is he? Liu was confused. Why do you care so much? Take the photo or not? If not, just leave. Wang Wei said coldly. Clap, pot, take a picture. Guzi is Liu's follower. Click. One shot completed. Liu glanced at Wang Yi, who was half a head taller than him, and felt depressed, so he said, Wang Wei, can you take a photo with me alone? No. Then can you stand next to me? The girl thought about it and nodded. Liu smiled immediately, thinking that he could just cut out the animal next to him after the shot was done. But when the pose was ready and Guzi shouted 1, 2, 3, Wang Wei suddenly pushed him, and Liu was pushed out of the camera unexpectedly. Click. The image of the girl leaning her head on Wang Yi's shoulder was frozen. Okay, remember to give me the photo when you fill out your application. Wang Wei shouted to Liu, then let Wang Yi ride the bike. She jumped on the back seat and drove away. Fuck, who is that beast? Liu was filled with shame and indignation. In the photo I just took, do I look like a background? Guzi said, Brother Shen, you are not in the photo just now. The scene of Wang Yi riding a bicycle and carrying Bai Guang from number 1 middle school out of the school gate was noticed by many people. Amidst the chest beating and foot stamping wails, Wang Yi pedaled as fast as he could, feeling a little elated and proud in his heart. This is the dream of so many boys. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his waist. Wang Wei stretched out his hand and twisted his waist, saying, slow down. Will you be responsible if I fall? Wang Yi laughed, okay, I'll take care of you, in your old age. It's good to have a young body, it seems like you have endless energy and strength. Thinking about his previous life, he became a loner after suffering a blow and turned into a super stay-at-home. He didn't like to communicate with people or exercise. Before he was 10, he had fatty liver, beer belly, receding hairline, and he couldn't even throw a parabola far. In his new life, he decided to keep in shape, keep exercising, and not go down the same old path. I don't know if it's because of graduation, but it's already the last time of high school student. Wang Wei doesn't care about other people's eyes anymore. He sits in the back seat of Wang Yi's car with his arms open, feeling the breeze of youth. Wang Yi, sing a song for me, she said from behind. No. I helped you so much yesterday, and you stole my socks. So what do you want to hear? My deskmate. Won't. You're lying. You just sang this song to He Shuing a month ago, and you even played the guitar. Well. Wang Yi thought about it and seemed to have remembered something like this. It was the night after the final exam. There was a class meeting and then this happened. But, it's such an old song, how could he still remember the lyrics now? How about this, I'll sing you another song called Fortune Telling. As the saying goes, when the divination rings, the deceased wife will appear. However, in the short video software of later generations, the song's title is Single Dog Guillotine, the official BGM of a campus love story. Listening to the moving melody, his mind is filled with regrets of youth. This is how Wang Yi learned it. The wind blows the sand, the butterfly loves the flower, a story that will be passed down through the ages. Like the moon in the water, fascinated by the flower in the mirror. Bamboo fence, wooden peeper, arch bridge under the moon. Who is singing and playing, missing someone far away? That midsummer, you packed your bags and left home. Beside the ancient road, tears fall before I can speak. I was drawing lots in the temple, crying to my childhood sweetheart. May the Buddha bless us. Wang Yi was singing, and Wang Wei was sitting quietly in the back seat. When Wang Yi finished singing, Wang Wei seemed to be still unsatisfied and said, it's not enough. Sing it again. The result was that they sang all their way to the gate of the Oriental 3rd Construction Branch. Auntie, I'm here. I won't sing even if you ask me to. My throat is smoking. Wang Yi said while supporting himself on the ground with one foot. It sounds very nice. Whose song is this? I'll go buy a tape and listen to it. The girl looked at him with tender eyes. Maybe it was an illusion, but Wang Yi was reminded of those beautiful girls who were showing off their love in the fortune-telling short videos. Oh, you probably can't buy this. Why? It's not available on the market yet. The girl looked up at him in surprise. You mean, this is the song you wrote yourself? Wang Yi was stunned and thought, am I going to become a member of the army of song copycats? He searched his hair and said, not really. I had a dream once, and this song was playing in my dream, and then I remembered it. Do you believe it? The girl looked at him and suddenly asked, Wang Yi, what do you think the score will be? Wang Yi smiled and said, it's a secret. The girl took the bicycle from him, sat on it, and turned back to say, I will apply to Zhonghai University. If you also go to Zhonghai University, I can consider supporting you. Also, thank you for the song you gave me. Wang Wei, those socks. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. The girl rode away briskly on her bicycle. On the way, she also hummed fortune-telling softly. Compared with You, My Deskmate, she liked this song, fortune-telling, more. Humph, you gave it to He Shuiying, I don't want it. Wang Yi walked into the gate of the Dongfang Sanjian branch. As soon as I entered, I heard a sound like a quarrel. He even heard the voice of his own master. My heart skipped a beat. Wang Yi ran in quickly. I saw a commotion in the lobby of the office building. Two groups of people were arguing, and the quarrel had already developed into a shoving match. One of the young men was particularly excited, swearing constantly and had an extremely bad attitude. He grabbed a woman's hair and cursed her fiercely. You stinky cousin, what's your relationship with Ju? Are you his mistress? Damn it, Ju is tired of you, and you help him find a woman. Go and harm my sister. I'll beat you to death. Par. The young man grabbed the woman's hair and slapped her twice. The woman screamed in pain and scratched the young man's face, leaving several bloody marks. Wang Xiao and a few others quickly went up to stop them. When Wang Yi saw the young man's appearance clearly, his eyes suddenly brightened. Wang Yi still remembered this young and domineering guy clearly. He was Xiao Meifeng's younger brother, Xiao Chengfeng. In the previous life, He Shuiying, the fish farmer, was either out of his mind or chose to be with such a guy. But he must have been out of his mind at that time. When he caught the two of them being affectionate, he actually wanted to protect He Shuiying, but was stabbed by Xiao Chengfeng. He was also mercilessly mocked by He Shuiying. After that incident, he finally woke up. But when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yi had previously been worried that Zhu Daocai had dealt with Xiao Meifeng's family. After all, Wang Yi's report that Zhu Daocai had raped a woman was considered stealing, which was not true. If Xiao Meifeng flatly denied it, then the matter would most likely be reduced to a small matter or nothing at all. But now, Xiao Chengfeng came to the company to make trouble and seek an explanation. This is a divine assist. And the person he beat was someone Wang Yi had seen yesterday. He was not Zhu Daocai's man, but Wang Fang, who was also rumored to be a candidate for vice president. It's strange, how did she get involved? At this moment, Wang Xiao saw his son coming in and immediately rushed over. Xiao Yi, why are you here? Come on, it's too messy here, go to my office. Wang Yi asked knowingly, Dad, what's going on? I thought someone came to the company to collect protection money. Didn't someone from your headquarters come here? If someone sees us, it will have a bad impact, right? Chapter 22 Both expelled. Wang Xiao was overwhelmed. He glanced at the quarreling parties and said, what else can we do? One of them is from Lao Zhu's family, and the other is from Xiao Meifeng's family. We are just trying to stop them from fighting. Wait a little longer, the police will be here soon. At this time, the company called in several young and strong workers. The two quarreling parties were finally separated, but the cursing continued. Wang Yi was enjoying watching the show, and asked Lao Wang, what's going on? Yesterday, wasn't Zhu Daocai arrested? Wasn't it determined that he was forced? Why did the Zhu family come here to make trouble? Wang Xiao said, old Zhu identified Xiao Meifeng as his mistress. Hey, you are a kid, stop asking these questions. By the way, didn't you estimate your scores today? How is it? What do you think your scores are? Is it safe for you to get into a junior college? In Lao Wang's eyes, nothing else is as important as his son's college entrance examination scores. Wang Yi curled his lips and said, can't you hope for me to get better? Can I only go to junior college? Lao Wang said, we don't want to put pressure on you. We want you to perform well. Even if you can only go to a junior college, we will accept it. You are my son after all. Wang Yi said, undergraduate degree should be a sure thing, but I don't know the key points. Lao Wang's eyes widened, but he was full of joy. Can you still try your best to get into the key points? then Jiangnan University should be a sure thing. But Wang Yi was thinking about Zhonghai University. It's not because I want to go to the same school as the school beauty Huang. But the one in Zhonghai is the fragrance of the household registration. When the time comes, you can go there and buy a few old and run-down houses as soon as possible, and then you can live a peaceful life. As for Peking University, I dare not even think about it, and it's too far away from Jiangxing. Considering his college entrance exam scores in his previous life, he should have a high score in English this time, which should be higher than last time, right? He just didn't get any points in the last two big questions of chemistry in his previous life, but he has long forgotten how many points he got. But think about it, 6 points is the right score, right? Unless something goes wrong with the exam because of his rebirth, there is nothing that can be done. Wang Yi changed the subject. Where is your boss? Speak of the boss, here comes the boss. Stop. A middle-aged man who was about 1.70 meters tall, wearing glasses and with stubble walked in, followed by a young woman in an OL suit and a middle-aged man in casual clothes. The person who came was the general manager of Dongfang Sanjian Jiangxing branch, Zhang Sanfeng. What are you doing? This is a company, not a vegetable market. If you want to seek an explanation, go to the police station and ask the police to explain things to you. Zhang Sanfeng spoke in a stern tone and was in a bad mood. The young woman next to him was not an employee of the company, but a friend of his in the industry with a special status. I had something very important to say. I didn't expect to see such a scene when I came in. Mr. Zhang, Xiao Meifeng's brother, is unreasonable. I just stepped forward to stop the fight, but look how badly he beat me. I'm going to call the police. I must sue him. I've never been beaten like this since I was a child. Wang Fang cried. As a result, at this time, when Xiao Chengfeng heard that the person coming was the company's boss, he immediately rushed over and said, "You are the boss, right? My sister is your subordinate, but now she was raped by your company's manager during working hours. Compensation, I don't care if it's your company or the Zhu family, 500,000, not a cent less." Wang Yi looked at Xiao Qingfeng's appearance at the moment and wanted to laugh secretly in his heart. This guy is just a scoundrel with no brains. It's unthinkable for him to come to the company to ask for money at this time. In fact, Wang Yi didn't know that Xiao Chengfeng lost money in gambling a few days ago and owed a lot of usury. As for usury, 9 out of 10 times the money is paid back, and the interest is compounded and increases every day. Xiao Chengfeng tried all kinds of ways to get the money but couldn't. Now that Xiao Meifeng had just happened, wasn't this an opportunity? So he didn't even tell Xiao Meifeng and came as soon as he got the call. He knew that he would not get any money if he approached Zhu's family first, but the company wanted to save face, so he thought that if he made a scene, the company would give him some money to keep the peace. 500,000 was a huge ask, so he would be satisfied if he could get 50,000. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Zhang Sanfeng said with disgust, "The police haven't made a thorough assessment of the matter yet. Why are you coming to us to ask for money? This is a matter between your sister and Zhu Daocai. Our company has some responsibility and we will never shirk it. But we also need your sister to come and tell us in person after the police have made a thorough assessment. Just to give me a perfunctory treatment. Taking me as a fool." Wang Xiao is the director and Xiao Meifeng's immediate superior, so he couldn't just ignore it. He went up to her and said, "Don't worry, Xiao, we will definitely give your sister justice, but this will take some time. It's really unreasonable for you to ask for 500,000 yuan. Who are you? Go to hell." Xiao Chengfeng slapped Wang Xiao in the face. However, a foot stretched out from the side and kicked him in the waist. He was kicked back and fell to the ground. Of course, the one who kicked was Wang Yi. He couldn't bear to see his dad getting beaten. At this moment, new and old grudges came up together, and this kick was not light. "You little brat, you dare to kick me? Just wait for me." Before he could finish his words, the police arrived. Wang Fang immediately stepped forward to complain. The fuss finally stopped, and Wang Yi went to the police station. He kicked to save his father, which was self-defense, but he also needed to go to the police station to explain it clearly. On their way, Wang Yi felt Xiao Qingfeng's resentful eyes. But Wang Yi has been a human being for 2 lifetimes and is no longer the young boy under 20 years old in his previous life, so he is naturally fearless. 5:30 in the evening. Wang Yi sat on the back seat of Lao Wang's motorcycle and went home together. He already knew how the company dealt with Zhu Daocai. Dismissed. But what's more dramatic is, just now when Wang Yi was at the police station, Xiao Maifeng ran in with a bruised face and nose, saying that she was beaten by her husband. She came to the police station to change her testimony and prove that Zhu Daocai did not force her and that she did it voluntarily. I don't know if Zhu Daocai has some leverage over her, or if she decided to divorce after being beaten and will follow Zhu Daocai from now on. But Zhu Daocai also has a wife, so I don't know how things will develop later. As a result, Zhang Sanfeng fired her as well. As for the compensation Xiao Chengfeng wanted, naturally he didn't get a penny. In any case, when he was quite satisfied with the result. It was impossible to kill Zhu Daocai in one go, so he could only do it slowly in the future. God had given him a chance to start over, and he would never show mercy to the person who had caused his family to be destroyed. Huang family. Wang Wei was humming fortune-telling while busying herself in the kitchen. Besides studying, this cool school beauty's biggest hobby is cooking and making her favorite dishes. I wonder what her classmates would think if they knew about her hobby. 6 o'clock. Her mother just got home from get off work. The first thing I asked my daughter about her estimated scores. Wang Wei said calmly, I think, 66. There should be. Dao Yuefan nodded, I heard that the test questions this time are very difficult. 66 should be pretty good. Your aunt called me today and asked me about it. She has already helped you to find out in advance. Zhonghai University will definitely be no problem. But, Mom wants to ask you, do you really want to study medicine? That's very tiring. If you go into politics, it will be much easier with your grandfather's help. Wang Wei paused and said, then I'll think about it again. Now it was Dao Yuefan's turn to be surprised. She just mentioned it casually, but she didn't expect her daughter to really seem to hesitate. This is not like her character. Xiao Wei, which majors do you want to choose? Mom can give you some advice. I'm not sure. There's still time, let's think about it. Okay, no rush. Dao Yuefan stood at the kitchen door for a while, then turned and went into the room. Wang Wei held a shovel in her hand and bit her red lips lightly. Where would that guy go? Chapter 23 Lao Wang's private money. Wang family. Shi Qingqing was also asking about her son's estimated score. For parents with students taking exams, nothing is more important than this, and everything else has to take a back seat. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, I think. Shi Qingqing looked at him and felt a little depressed. She said, son, don't be afraid. Just say it boldly. Even if we can't get into a junior college, at most we won't be able to hold our heads up when we go out and be laughed at by your aunt and the others. Your father and I can raise another child. Wang Xiao pulled her and said, can you say something nice? Shi Qingqing said, isn't this just comforting him? Looks like he should prepare for the college entrance exam again. This bastard confessed his love before the college entrance exam and got rejected. How can it not have an impact? Wang Yi looked at her and said, I think we can still guarantee more than 500 yuan. Maybe even more than 600 yuan. Is this true? I heard this period is very difficult. Don't you see who your son is? You bastard, I'm afraid you'll be affected, aren't I? I've been holding back and not scolding you these past few days. Do you know how miserable I am? You really showed me your worth by confessing your love before the college entrance exam. Wang Xiao said, not bad, with this score, there will be no problem getting into college. Shi Qingqing asked again, will the estimate be wrong? Wang Yi said, it's about the same. There will be no more and no less by then. Shi Qingqing then breathed a sigh of relief, then rushed over, hugged Wang Yi's waist while yelling, and wanted to pick him up and turn him around a few times. However, Wang Yi was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and how could she, a woman weighing only 100 kilograms, possibly turn him around? Finally, she jumped up. She hung on her son and gave him 2 hard kisses. Good job, son. From now on, all your father's private money is yours. Wang Xiao's smile froze, and he quickly said, this is just an estimate, it doesn't count. I'll give it to you when the scores come out. Wang Yi said, Dad, do you want to transfer your private money away? Shi Qingqing said, Mom will keep it for you. Wang Yi said, is it true? How much money is it? Afterwards, Shi Qingqing began to show her magical powers. First, he found 1,000 yuan from a shoe box on the top shelf of the shoe cabinet. Then he took out 2,000 yuan rolls from a dusty decorative bottle in the corner of the living room. Then he went to the kitchen, took out an old sugar bowl from the cabinet, and took out another stack of sugar from it. Wang Yi turned his head and saw Lao Wang's expression. He was twitching as if a vital point had been hit. In addition to the cash found in various dark places, Shiqingqing took out a bank card from the room and slapped it on the table like a victorious general, saying, "The total is about 25,000. I'll keep it for you and give it to you when you cash in your points." Wang Yi nodded quickly. Although Wang Yi was not very interested in the money. In this life, his greatest pursuit is for his family to live in peace and safety. I didn't expect that my dog dad could really hide money. He hid it in so many places and hid it so secretly. You are really a dog. Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you can't escape the eyes of my mother Erlangshan. Wang Yi smiled and found this scene quite pleasing. Shiqingqing glanced at Wang Xiao's dejected expression and said, "Old Wang, do you have any different opinions about my approach? You can speak up if you want." Wang Xiao quickly said, "I dare not. I don't dare, or I don't have it." "No, of course not." Wang Xiao's desire to survive skyrocketed, and then he suddenly said, "But I remember last time, you said that Xiao Yi could only take my private money if he was admitted to a key school. It turns out that the dog dad still wants to save him." Shiqingqing said, "That's what I said, so, son, if you are not going to a key university, this private money will include your tuition and living expenses for 1 semester. Finished dinner." Wang Yi entered his room, closed the door and locked it. He stood in front of the bookshelf. Standing on tiptoe, he pulled out a thick Chinese dictionary from the top layer and flipped through it. Every few pages he turned, he would see colorful bookmarks inside. Actually, it's money. He, Lao Wang is good at hiding money, and Xiao Wang is not bad either. But Lao Wang hid his secret money so secretly, in several places, but it was discovered by my mother's sharp eyes. Will she also find out where he hid his secret money? Thinking of this makes me miss the WeChat wallet, Alipay, and my bank in the future. Also, these past few days, I haven't been used to living without my cell phone to play with. He used to be a tech geek, and his favorite thing was to hide in the corners of various groups, pretending to be an unknown person and secretly peeking at the screen, but now even this hobby has been taken away from him. That's going too far. Wang Yi rummaged around and found all the money. After counting, the total amount was only 1,300 yuan. Giving the fat man 1,000 is really the most kind thing to do. By the way, now that Lao Wang's crisis is resolved, isn't it time to make some money? However, everything would have to wait until after the 12th. After calling Fatty's home and arranging a meeting at the entrance of a park, Wang Yi put on his sneakers and went out with 1,200 yuan in his pocket. Shiqingqing shouted from the kitchen, "Where are you going?" Wang Yi said, "Running. Go downstairs step by step." In the corridor in front of the unit door, many old men and women brought stools, held teacups, and fanned themselves with palm leaf fans, chatting about all sorts of things, from ancient times to the future, from China to foreign countries, from grandfathers to grandchildren. There were only a few of them, but they always had endless things to say. As soon as Wang Yi was seen, someone greeted him immediately. "Xiao Yi, you're so lucky. I heard that you performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination and scored over 500 points. Are you going to be an undergraduate? Are you bragging? You have been unreliable since childhood. If you dare to lie to your mother, I will lend her the leather stick at home to beat her." Wang Yi glared and said, "You old bastards, can't you just hope for my own good? Comrade Lao sure is really a big mouth. What I just said an hour ago is already known to everyone. If I don't get 500 points by then, won't I be socially dead?" This group of sharp-tongued old idiots can help him place joke advertisements for free in the 5 nearby communities. Finally, an auntie who spoke nicely said, "Don't say that about Xiao Yi. People always say that naughty children are smart. Xiao Yi has been naughty since he was young. He may become successful when he grows up. However, you got more than 500 points on the test. Did you cheat? You, get out." Wang Yi left quickly without saying a word. Arrived at the agreed park. Fatty Wu Chi had been waiting at the gate, like a wife waiting for her husband to return. He glanced towards the intersection every few seconds, almost like a wife waiting for her husband to return. When he saw Wang Yi appear, he immediately rushed up. "Brother Yi, he. Not calling me godfather anymore. Godfather. All right, can you please have a bit of backbone?" Wang Yi said, handing him the 1,000 yuan in his pocket. The fat man excitedly took it, put it away carefully, and said, I just asked my cousin, and she said that if I buy goods worth 1,000 yuan, I can get a price of 50 cents per pair. Brother Yi, you really don't want to come with me? Anyway, we have nothing to do during the holidays, so let's enjoy life together. Wang Yi said, I have something to do. I just want to sell a few pairs of socks, but you still need a secretary. Do you really think you are the boss of the group? Who knows, maybe I will be one in the future. Boss Meng is really obsessed with his dream. That's right. I still remember when I was in the first grade, the teacher asked me what my ideal was, and I said I wanted to be a boss, a big boss. Wang Yi smiled and said, okay, from now on, you are the boss, Boss Wu. The fat man said with a sly look on his face, scream more. Fuck, you really are, okay, come on, I'll take you to a place where you can experience what it's like to be a boss. Where are you going? You'll know when you get there. Wang Yi took the fat man and walked around until they came to a small street with bright lights. There were not many customers here, but in front of every store with a pink light atmosphere, there was almost always a warm-hearted woman dressed sexy and seductively. The fat man squeezed his legs together and said in a trembling voice, Brother Yi, this is not, are we really going to go in here? Wang Yi said calmly, just follow me, let's go. Wang Yi took the lead, and the fat man followed behind with his tail between his legs like a guilty little girl. Wang Yi saw him walking closer and closer to the middle of the road, so he grabbed him and said, come on, walk along the wall. Passing by a shop. The girl at the door immediately greeted them warmly, two handsome guys, come in and play. Wang Yi looked at her. She was in her 30s, with thick foundation on her face and her clothes seemed to be falling off her chest. Unfortunately, she was plain. He took a look and pointed at the fat man and said, this is Boss Wu. The woman immediately shook her upper body and said in a coquettish voice, Boss Wu, good evening. Chapter 24 Do you like me? The woman said as she moved closer to the fat man and blew some air on his neck. Boss Wu, who was only 18 years old, had never experienced this before. He had never even held a girl's hand before. His face immediately turned red and he stepped back in a hurry. He couldn't even speak fluently, you. I. Wang Yi said on the side, Boss Wu said he likes younger ones, let's go to another one. After saying that, he pulled the fat man and walked forward. The girl in her 30s looked at the two men from behind and cursed softly, you two little bastards, you are here to tease me. Soon, Wang Yi and his friends met another girl. This girl looks much younger and more beautiful. The clothes she wore were also beautiful, with a deep white patch in the middle that seemed bottomless. He is Boss Wu. Wang Yi pointed at the fat man and said again. Boss Wu, you haven't been here for a long time. I missed you so much. The girl, with a thick country accent, leaned against the fat man with her chest puffed out. The pungent smell of perfume was particularly strong. The fat man was so nervous that his teeth were chattering, and his whole body was as tense as a piece of iron. I didn't. The fat man's stuttering problem when he was nervous was clearly exposed. Wang Yi spoke again, Boss Wu, what services do you have? The girl smiled and said, it's time to wash your hair. Boss Wu, do you want dry cleaning or water washing? Boss Wu, Wang Yi smiled and said, shouldn't you ask, do you want a big one or a small one? The girl giggled, the boss is here, they are all big. Boss Wu, he. Wang Yi took Boss Wu and left, sorry, Boss Wu only wants the small one. The girl behind him called out, Boss Wu, we have little ones too. But the two people in front didn't even look back. Wang Yi wanted to drag the fat man to experience what it means to be a boss again, but the fat man couldn't stand it anymore. Suddenly, he ran wildly on the street, all the way out of Bolan Street, and at the intersection, he held onto a big tree, panting. Wang Yi followed slowly and said with a smile, Boss Wu, how do you feel? Are you feeling elated? The fat man pointed at Wang Yi and said, you, Brother Yi, you are so mean. Have you been in jail before? Har, I finally stopped stuttering. Wang Yi said, how is that possible? I am innocent, unlike you, Boss Wu, who hasn't been here for a long time. Har. The fat man quickly covered Wang Yi's mouth and said, you can't say it. If someone hears it, I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was July 12th. In the previous life, Wang Xiao fell from the 8th floor of the Hungry Hotel on this day and died immediately. What awaited him was a disgraced life. Xiao Maifeng insisted that she was forced to have sex with Wang Xiao after he gave her alcohol, and that Wang Xiao's seed was still in her body. Shi Qingqing was distracted by the news and was not involved in the car accident. Wang Yi woke up early in the morning. He can't sleep. Standing quietly on the balcony, feeling the tranquility as the night fades away and the morning glow rises. Xiao Maifeng came forward to testify and saved Zhu Daocai from a jail term. There was no other way around it as the law was set up so there would be no sentencing for cheating. However, Zhang Sanfeng fired Zhu Daocai, which not only thwarted Zhu Daocai's plan to become a vice president, but also made him lose his job. However, Zhu Daocai had worked in the company for many years and there were still many unresolved problems, so he would still appear in the company. This also made Wang Yi dare not let his guard down. Today, the Jiangxing branch of Dongfang Sanjian Company will hold a celebration banquet at the Hungry Hotel, and he will definitely attend. Prevent accidents. Shi Qingqing was on the day shift today, and the couple went out to work early in the morning. Wang Yi had nothing to do, so he watched TV at home for the whole morning. But I didn't see it at all. By 11 o'clock, he really couldn't calm down. Decided to go to Lao Wang's company and wait for him now. He was too panicked because he was afraid that history would repeat itself. But just at this moment, the phone at home started to ring. Wang Yi's heart tightened and he immediately jumped up and took 2 steps at a time to answer the phone. The caller ID showed that it was an unfamiliar number. He couldn't help but be nervous. In the previous life, it was also a phone call that brought the bad news about my father. Even though it was still daytime, morning, and the wrong time, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Wang Yi said in a low voice. "Looking for you." A delicate and crisp voice came from the other side. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then his nervous mood relaxed. He recognized that the person who called was He Shuyin, the owner of the fish pond. It was like the sun rising from the west. As far as he could remember, He Shuyin knew his home phone number, but had never called it once. "I don't know whether she is feeling guilty or not. Is there something wrong?" Wang Yi asked in a cold tone. He Shuyin on the other side clenched her fists. She finally mustered up the courage to call him, but the voice was so cold. "Shouldn't you be excited and flattered, showing 100% enthusiasm and saying, 'Shuyin, you actually called me on your own initiative. I'm so happy. I will still spoil you, love you and pursue you.' This is the attitude you should have. But you said coldly, 'Is there anything wrong?' Why?" From that day on, it was like he became a completely different person. He was so cold to her, and suddenly said he didn't like her anymore and didn't even want to pay attention to her. It's really unfair. Who can bear such a contrast? He Shuyin's eyes turned red and she almost hung up the phone. But she held back and said, "Wang Yi, let's stop being so upset and make peace, okay?" Wang Yi was silent for a few seconds, then said, "We have never been together, how can we say the word reconciliation? Besides, I have never had a quarrel with you. That's it? You said you don't like me anymore and you ignored me. Do you know how uncomfortable you make me feel? Then do you like me?" Wang Yi asked. "Yes, a little bit, right?" "Wang Yi, give me some time." "But I don't like you anymore." Wang Yi interrupted her. "Wang Yi, how could you do this?" He Shuyin shouted, her voice beginning to sob. "Tell me, is this because of Wang Wei? What is your relationship with her? It's none of your business. Wang Yi, you've changed. Can you please wake up? You and Wang Wei are not from the same world. You will be separated when you go to college. It's impossible for you to be together." Wang Yi frowned and said, "Let me make it clear that I don't like you anymore. It's not because of Wang Wei, but because I have lost my feelings for you. I'm tired. And there are many more important things in life than liking someone. Didn't you say it yourself? We are still young and immature. You are right. We are still dependent on our parents and can't even support ourselves. Talking about love now is just castles in the air. So, don't worry about it anymore. We are still classmates, right? Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. I wish you get into your ideal university." Wang Yi said a few more words, which was considered a formal farewell. "Wait, Wang Yi, what is your relationship with Wang Wei?" "Classmate. And you?" Beep, beep, beep. He Shuyin wanted to ask more questions, but Wang Yisho hung up the phone. Wang Yi knew clearly the original intention of He Shuyin's call. It was simply because she saw that he and Huang Wei had been getting close recently and she felt that her toy had been taken away from her because she was acting like a bootlicker. She was just not convinced. Ding ling ling. The phone rang again. Wang Yi was a little annoyed this time. You rejected me before, why are you still haunting me now? He picked up the phone and said coldly, He Shuyin, what do you want to do? There was silence on the other end of the line for a while, and then another girl's melodious voice came. Were you talking to He Shuyin just now? Chapter 25, Hug the School Beauty Huang. Wang Wei. Wang Yi listened to their voice on the phone that seemed to have some emotions and recognized it was Huang Wei. Her voice was actually quite easy to recognize, it was crisp with a bit of the softness of a Jiangnan girl's voice, as if it could make the ears pregnant. However, when she was angry, the sound she made was different, it was murderous. But I didn't expect that she called me just after I hung up the phone with He Shuyin. If you still want to talk to He Shuyin, I can hang up and let you call first. Wang Wei said. No need. I have nothing to say to her. Did she call you? How do you know my home phone number? Wang Yi didn't seem to have told her. Wang Wei asked, have you forgotten the yearbook? Oh, there's a phone number in the yearbook. What do you want to talk to me about? If not, I'm leaving. Wang Yi said. Nothing is more important than Lao Wang's business now. Something happened. Wang Wei said heavily. What's the matter? I really have something urgent to do. Zhu Daocai. Wang Wei said a name. Wang Yi stopped talking instantly, and then quickly said, what happened to Zhu Daocai? Wang Wei said, he's in trouble. He was stabbed and fell from the west building. And that woman is also in trouble. Wang Yi, I want to see you. Can you come out? I'm a little scared. Wang Yi's mind suddenly exploded. There was a full 5 seconds of blankness. Wang Yi. I'm here, where are you? I'll come find you. At the entrance of Spring Garden Community. Wang Yi felt that the name of this community was a little familiar. After thinking carefully, he finally remembered that this was the community where Xiao Maifeng lived. It was clearly written on the employee contact list in Lao Wang's office. Coming right up. Hang up the phone. Wang Yi thought about it and called Lao Wang again. Lao Wang picked up the call quickly. Dad, is everything all right over there? It's okay. We have a celebration banquet tonight, so I won't be going home for lunch. Your mom won't be here at noon, so you can take care of it yourself. Oh, okay. It seems that the company doesn't know about Zhu Daocai's situation yet, otherwise Lao Wang's tone would not be so calm. Without thinking too much, I quickly went out, took a taxi, and headed to Spring Garden. Sitting in the car. Looking at the old streets outside, Wang Yi fell into deep thought. In his previous life, old Wang fell from a tall building after falling out of a window and died in this life. On the same day, Zhu Daocai fell from a building and was stabbed, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Is this the reincarnation of fate, and I have inexplicably returned to the age of 18? Is it permanent or temporary? Will I be sent back again after changing this thing? But don't do that. Finally, I have some hope for life. As I was daydreaming like this, I suddenly heard a loud thunder above my head. The sky became gloomy and it seemed that it was going to rain. The driver said, it's going to rain heavily. The weather forecast says a typhoon is coming soon. As we were talking, raindrops began to fall with a crackling sound. Just as he arrived at the gate of Spring Garden Community, he saw an ambulance driving out of the community. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes and just passed by the ambulance. Pay and get off. Wang Yi looked around and found Wang Wei, who was wearing a beige knee-length skirt, huddled at the door of a nearby store like a little quail, with her head lowered, her hands on her chest, looking pitiful. Wang Yi was slightly stunned. Ran over quickly. It was raining heavily at the moment, and the taxi driver was a bit rude. Couldn't he park a little further inside for him? After walking just a dozen steps, he was soaked all over. Wang Wei. Wang Yi stood in front of the school beauty Huang, his eyes filled with surprise. The aloof school beauty who strikes out with heavy punches from time to time is like an aho god in the eyes of boys. It is impossible for her to appear as weak as she is now. Did I recognize the wrong person? Wang Wei's gaze first fell on Wang Yi's feet and then moved upwards little by little. Only when she met Wang Yi's eyes did her grey eyes begin to light up a little. She said pitifully, "Why did you come just now?" As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed the hem of Wang Yi's clothes, and rubbed it nervously in his palm. Wang Yi saw another police car coming out of the community. He looked sideways and said softly, "Don't be afraid. This has nothing to do with you." Suddenly, the sky was shining with silver light, and lightning cut through the sky like a sharp knife, shining on Wang Wei's face, making it look snow white. She suddenly moved closer. His forehead hit Wang Yi's chest heavily. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid." The girl whispered, "I'm scared." "Wang Yi, what are you afraid of? We didn't do anything. We just did what good citizens should do. What happens next?" "I'm afraid of thunder." Wang Yi's words of comfort were suddenly useless. He thought that Wang Xiaohua's weak behavior was due to Zhu Daocai and Xiao Meifeng's fate today, which was related to their reporting phone call the day before yesterday. Unexpectedly, she was afraid of thunder. He couldn't help but laugh. Is the boxing champion afraid of thunder? "I'm scared," the girl said softly. Sudden. A loud thunderclap seemed to strike right above their heads. Wang Yi's heart also trembled. Wang Wei screamed and hugged him. There was heavy rain and thunder outside. Under the eaves of the convenience store, a boy and a girl were hugging each other silently. Wang Yi had 2 girlfriends in his previous life, and they were VIPs of the club. It was no big deal for him to cuddle and sing with the girls, but now, holding the girl in his arms, he felt very different emotions. Okay, it's okay." Wang Yi patted the girl's waist and took the opportunity to touch her. The skin is smooth, soft yet resilient, with beautiful curves and a great waist. However, he did not notice that a big sedan drove out from the gate of Spring Garden, stopped, and just happened to see the 2 people hugging each other under the eaves. The Huang Liang inside was originally here to take his daughter away. Unexpectedly, a brat got there first. "Damn, that's the treasure of my Huang family." He drove away with gritted teeth, but came back after a circle. He stopped the car in front of the convenience store and honked the horn twice, which woke up the boy and girl. Dad." The girl blushed and quickly pushed Wang Yi away. Wang Yi was caught off guard and fell on the wet ground. It was so embarrassing. Sitting in the back seat of the car of the girl protecting maniac, Wang Xiaohua took a stack of tissues and wiped the water stains on his head, body, and buttocks. Wang Yi quickly said, "I can do it myself. I can do it myself." In the rearview mirror, the pair of eyes of the crazy man who protects his daughter are like light bulbs, which can scare people to death. While wiping, Wang Yi explained, "Uncle Huang, don't get me wrong, Huang Wei and I have nothing to do with each other. She was just afraid of thunder and used me as a pillar temporarily." Just finished speaking. My foot was stepped on. Chapter 26. Depressed Father Huang. Huang Liang's expression changed slightly, and a deep sense of guilt and pity appeared on his face. He glanced at his daughter through the rearview mirror and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaowei, Dad should have come out to pick you up earlier. Next time there's thunder, you should hide in the house. My daughter has been particularly afraid of thunder since she was young. He knows. And the cause of this incident was because of his incompetent father." Wang Yi silently glanced at Wang Wei. Wang Wei's fear and even terror to the point of being stiff was indeed a little unusual. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Huang, why is Wang Wei so afraid of thunder?" Huang Liang glanced at Wang Yi through the rearview mirror. "I originally pouted and didn't want to say it. But then I thought again, if I didn't tell him, would this kid think my daughter is a freak? So he said, when Xiao Wei was still young. At that time, Wang Wei was only 7 years old and had just entered the 1st grade. Her mother Dao Yuefen was on a business trip that day, and Wang Liang was looking after the child alone. He was supposed to pick up Wang Wei after school, but he was too busy at work and forgot about it. In that era, students were not required to be picked up by their parents after school. Wang Wei went home by herself, and it happened to be raining heavily and thundering on their way. What's worse, because Wang Wei was beautiful, she was spotted by gangsters, who planned to abduct and sell her. Fortunately, the little girl was alert and managed to run away halfway through the turn. But she panicked and got lost again. It was pitch black, thundering and raining heavily. She was only 7 years old. She experienced great fear and was soaked. She hid under an eaves, curled up like an abandoned kitten. Fortunately, she was found by a kind passerby. Wang Yi was shocked after hearing this. Thinking of the dangerous scene, he felt palpitations just by listening to it. Besides, she was only a 7-year-old girl at that time. It's okay. I'm not that scared anymore. The girl said softly, turning her head and looking at Wang Yi deeply. Lightning still strikes from time to time. She quietly moved closer to Wang Yi, their arms touching, and her tense body relaxed a little. Wang Yi looked at the quiet girl beside him. She was completely different from her previous ferocious behavior. She said that she was not so scared anymore, but her body's performance would not lie. He felt a surge of pity in his heart. I don't know if I couldn't help myself or if it was some mysterious force that made me reach out and grab her snow-white little hand that was placed between their thighs. Cool. Soft. It's very smooth too. What a miserable girl. Your uncle feels sorry for you. Huang Wei's already tense body stiffened in an instant, and his brain seemed to be taken away by something, leaving it empty. His heart seemed to have stopped beating, and he stared blankly at the back of Wang Liang's head in front of him. Oh, Meng Lang has crossed the line. This is not a little girl, this is someone of the same age. Wang Yi quickly let go. He looked at Huang Wei with a guilty conscience and found that she didn't seem to feel anything at all. He couldn't help but think, it seems that her childhood experience has a greater impact on her than I thought. When there is thunder and lightning, she is like being acupunctured. Oh, poor kid, by the way, she doesn't make friends in school and is so aloof. Is this the reason? Is she a little autistic? But who would believe that such a fierce boxing champion and school beauty is an autistic girl? Huang Liang, who was driving in front, looked at the boy and girl standing next to each other through the rearview mirror and frowned slightly. He really didn't want to let his daughter go to the Wang family. What's more, I heard that this kid's grades are not good. Hey, Xiaoyi, how come you happen to be here? Wang Liang asked. Yes, isn't this a coincidence? I was just strolling around here and happened to run into you guys. Uncle Huang, I just saw an ambulance and a police car. Is there a big case? Was there a murder? Wang Yi quickly changed the subject. It's not a big case. Don't make wild guesses. It's just a small dispute. It seems that there is nothing to be gained from asking this old Huang. It would have been better to ask Huang Wei just now. But it's not easy to say it in front of old Huang. I can only go to Lao Wang and wait for news. Thinking of this, Wang Yi said, Uncle, I'm going to my dad's company. Please drop me off at the bus stop in front. Thank you. Wang Liang said, No, it's on the way. Wang Yi paused, how could it be on his way? It's clearly the opposite direction. After arriving at the Jiangxing branch of Oriental Third Construction, Wang Yi found out that Lao Wang was originally going to come here. Zhu Daocai and Xiao Maifeng both got into trouble, so he came here to inquire about the daily movements of the two in the company. Wang Yi wanted to listen, but was driven away first. He and Huang Wei were sitting in an empty office, staring at each other. That Zhu Daocai, I heard he was stabbed here. Huang Wei gestured at his waist and said in a low voice, the one who did it was Xiao Meifeng's husband, and then Zhu Daocai climbed through the window to escape, and accidentally fell down. Fortunately, there were some anti-theft windows below that blocked him. Wang Yi nodded gently, where is Xiao Maifeng? Huang Wei glanced at him and said softly, it is said that he was disfigured. He was cut 3 times. Wang Yi's mouth twitched, and he said, I didn't expect Xiao Meifeng's husband to be so cruel. By the way, how did you know? Huang Wei said, I was right next to my father when he answered the phone. So what else did Dad tell you? Huang Wei stared at him with wide eyes. Oh, it's your dad, not my dad. Snort. What do you mean by hum? Do you want me to call your father daddy? The girl squinted her beautiful eyes and said, you are daydreaming. Why did you hold my hand just now? Wang Yi was stunned, when did I hold your hand? Just now in the car. I don't. You have. How did I pull it? Like this, like this. The girl took his palm and placed it over the back of her own hand. Wang Yi had a strange expression on his face, so you call this a handle? The girl nodded. Wang Yi sneered and shook his head, then gently held her small palm, opened his 5 fingers, and inserted them into the gap between her slender and smooth fingers. He then squeezed in, wrapped them around her, and held them in front of her, saying, look, this is called holding hands. The girl's face flushed red and she raised her fist. You bastard. Wang Yi hurriedly let go of her hand and protected himself. Don't hit my face. The girl snorted and put down her milky white fist, but then took the initiative to move closer and whispered, you hit it that day and didn't explain it clearly. Why did those two people want to hurt your father? What were they going to do? Wang Yi looked at her and said seriously, the adult world is too complicated and full of messy toxins. I want you to remain pure. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed, and she grabbed his clothes. Will you tell me or not? If you tell me, I'll give you the socks I'm wearing today. Real. Wang Yi blurted out, but immediately realized that this might damage his image. Hey, who do you think I am? I don't like socks or anything like that. Hey, you are wearing flesh-colored, long ones today. Is this comfortable to wear? Does it feel slippery? You really are a bit perverted. Campus beauty Huang rolled her eyes with disdain, let him go, and took 2 steps back. Wang Yi opened his mouth. Forget it, no need to explain, just whatever. This kind of school beauty who knows how to dig traps, fish and has a sharp tongue, I will get angry with anyone who says she is autistic. You sit here for a while, I'll go see if your dad is okay. Wang Yi said, raising his foot to prepare to go out. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei pulled his clothes from behind and said in a clear voice, if you want, I can take it off for you. Wang Yi was shocked. Looking back at the girl's clear eyes, I felt a little overwhelmed. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened with a click, and Wang Liang moved in quickly, stared at his daughter with a serious and scrutinizing look for a while, then looked at Wang Yi. The devil who protects his daughter. He wouldn't have just been standing outside the door, right? Wang Yi felt his scalp tingling, and he felt guilty for luring an underage girl but being caught red-handed by her father. What did I just say? It seems like I didn't do anything. I don't want to be the son-in-law of a crazy protective daughter-in-law. Really, I'm timid and afraid of being shot. Uncle Huang, Wang Wei always likes to make fun of me. Well, I suddenly want to go to the toilet. I must have eaten something bad this morning. You guys chat. Ouch. Wang Yi hurriedly used the excuse of shit to escape, bypassed Wang Liang's body, and fled. Old Wang, who loves his daughter, looked at his daughter and immediately smiled. Xiao Wei, you get along well with Xiao Yi. Wang Wei regained his cool expression, it's just so-so. Oh. Well, Dad is here. It's almost time. Dad will take you out for dinner. We're going to have pickled fish today. Wang Liang is free today because it is his day off, but a case just happened and he is the team leader and is nearby, so he had to work overtime. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment and said, I want to eat with Wang Yi. Wang Liang smiled and said, okay, call him. The girl looked at Lao Huang and said, you're not going. Old Wang. The daughter slave was stabbed by his beloved daughter on the spot and 999 drops of blood were shed. There should be a voice over here. He trembled his lips stiffly and forced a smile and said, okay, Dad just happened to be rushing to the meeting at the bureau, so I'll leave first, you guys enjoy your meal. After a pause, he asked, do you need money? Wang Wei nodded and held out his hand, I'll treat him to a meal. Old Wang. Wang Liang walked out of the gate of Oriental 3rd Construction Branch. It was still raining outside. He always felt that the raindrops falling on his body were particularly cold. Chapter 27, The Bitch Deserves It. Wang Yi pretended to go to the toilet first, but thinking that Lao Huang might come and block him in the toilet, he quickly turned back and went out, and then met the company's president Zhang Sanfeng in the lobby. Zhang Sanfeng also heard that Zhu Daocai and Xiao Maifeng were in trouble again, so he hurried over. Old Zhang is so anxious, he must be here to find out what's going on. Really? He immediately found Wang Xiao, and the two of them talked about the matter in the office. Wang Yi quickly and quietly moved over. He could only say that the sound insulation was really poor and he could hear every sound inside clearly. Just a few minutes. Wang Yi had a rough idea of what was going on, and it was pretty much what he had guessed. Xiao Maifeng went to the police station to testify for Zhu Daocai and admitted that she was his lover. There is no need to guess that her marriage with Xie Hui was completely over. She should have had a beautiful thought, continuing to be with Zhu Daocai after the divorce. Even if Zhu Daocai was fired from the company, with his ability and connections, he was much better than Xie Hui in any way. But after this incident, even if she said she was forced, Xie Hui would still have a grudge against her and would most likely divorce her in the future. Why not just go all out and end the marriage right now? However, she underestimated the energy that an honest man would unleash when he was forced into a desperate situation. I never thought Xie Hui would go to such extremes for such a thing. This morning, Xiao My phone went home to get something. She was afraid that Xie Hui would embarrass her or even beat her, so she called Zhu Daocai. As for Zhu Daocai, I don't know if he was kicked in the head by a donkey or was pinched by Xiao My phone, but he actually went. As a result, Xie Hui was greatly stimulated. After a disagreement, the honest man lost control of his emotions and picked up a fruit knife to do it. Wang Yi heard old Wang say that Zhu Daocai probably lost one of his kidneys and had several broken bones, but his life should be saved. Damn it, he got stabbed in the kidney and fell from the west building, but is not dead yet. How can this bastard have such a long life? Wang Yi cursed secretly while sitting on the sofa in the hall. As for Xiao My phone, I guess you won't be able to act so sexy anymore. Wang Yi heard from Lao Wang that the woman not only had 3 cuts on her face, but her nose was also cut off, making her look like Peppa Pig. It was certain that she was disfigured. Wang Yi had no sympathy at all for this. In the previous life, this woman was the first murderer who killed Wang Xiao. Even after Wang Xiao died, she didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt or regret. My mother Shiqingqing's car accident was also the result of this incident. So, this bitch deserves it. But Wang Yi was surprised to hear another thing Zhang Sanfeng said. Lao Wang, let's not talk about our relationship. You are the one I trust the most in the company. Now there is something I want to discuss with you. Do you have any impression of the Miss Zhu who came yesterday? She is not an ordinary person. She is the daughter-in-law of Bosquo of West Wharf. She has connections and is quite powerful. She wants to cooperate with us and open a real estate company together. As for me, I definitely can't leave now. I want you to go because if you come, you will definitely have to withdraw from Dongfang Sanjian. Oh shit. Wang Yi was shocked when he heard this. Because he suddenly remembered who this Miss Zhu was. Zhu Shuiying. In later generations, she was the richest person in Jiangxing City and the chairman of Hongcheng Real Estate Development Company. Her net worth was nearly 50 billion. Even in the whole country, she was well known and was known as the Golden Widow. Yes, she is a widow. Less than 3 years after getting married, her husband died in a river. She left behind a daughter. Now, if we calculate, her daughter should only be in kindergarten. What a pity. If she were 10 years older. Because this woman was from Jiangxing, Wang Yi had paid special attention to her in his previous life. Whenever he saw news about her, he would subconsciously take a few more glances. He knew that when she first entered the real estate industry, she found a company called Chenjian to cooperate with, and the partner seemed to be named Mar. Later, for some unknown reason, Boss Mar withdrew. A few years later, Widow Jin made a name for herself in the real estate industry and made a fortune. Boss Mar regretted his decision so much that he banged his head against the wall and was eventually hospitalized, becoming a laughing stock. Oh my god, this is pie in the sky. Let me be reborn and lie down to be a rich second generation. Feeling that the conversation between the two people inside was over and Lao Zhang was about to come out, Wang Yi quickly ran away. But he thought he should have a good chat with Lao Wang. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have it again. By the way, did this happen in his previous life? Maybe it was because Lao Wang unfortunately climbed the window and got caught on the southeast branch tonight in his previous life that Widow Jin chose another urban construction company instead. Mr. Zhang just came out of Lao Wang's office. Wang Yi slipped in. He got straight to the point. Lao Wang, no, Dad, you are going to be the CEO of another company. Congratulations, our family can also have a CEO. Lao Wang glared at him and said, Boy, are you hiding at the door and eavesdropping? Wang Yi smiled and said, I was just about to come in, but I heard some noise inside. I didn't dare to go in. After waiting for a while, the noise reached my ears by itself. Can that be called eavesdropping? I didn't want to listen to it either. Over 500 points on the test, that's all. Dad, why do you keep talking about this? It hasn't even been confirmed yet, but you're spreading it everywhere. What if you don't have 500 by then? Your mother told me that. I didn't say that. Then this real estate company. I haven't even started yet. I wanted to be their vice president. Besides, the risk is huge, and I don't know much about real estate. No. Lao Wang, let me tell you this. Your company is engaged in building houses. Real estate is also about building houses. They are two completely different things. Moreover, real estate will definitely be a high-profit industry in the future. The housing prices will increase exponentially in the future. Do you believe it? It is absolutely right to enter the market now. Lao Wang curled his lips and said, you can calculate and multiply the price. Only a fool would buy such an expensive house. Wang Yi said, you are frog in a well. Look at other countries, or even Hong Kong. The real estate industry there was many years ahead of ours. And the population, the policies. Xiao Wang was spitting all over the place and his mouth was dry. Actually, he was also a layman in the real estate market, and many of the things he said at this time were specious, and a professional might be able to slap him in the face. However, he had more than 20 years of experience in the future, so he naturally knew how crazy the real estate market was in the next 20 years, driving countless people crazy for it and willing to give away their life savings. This is not prediction, but prophecy. You are a high school student, where did you get these views? Old Wang looked at his son as if he was not his own son. I'm a high school student, and I scored over 500 in the college entrance examination. How much did you score back then? Go away, they didn't even take the college entrance examination back then. Wang Xie finally said, let me think about it again. Even if I go there, I can't be the boss. Our family has no funds. At most, I can be an errand boy. That's not bad. Being a company veteran is also good. It's better than being a vice president of a branch company, right? Besides, you're not even a vice president. Go, if you don't go, I will. What's the hurry? I have to discuss this with your mother. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. The father and son walked out of the office and saw Wang Wei sitting on the sofa in the hall. He was alone, quiet, and staring out the window in a daze. Chapter 28. This string of candid whores is bitter. Lao Wang grabbed Xiao Wang and turned back into the office. Close the door gently. Lao Wang looked at his son and said, you are quite capable, you are the only one who has such a beautiful daughter. You have taken advantage of her. You are just like your father in the past. I won't have lunch with you. People are waiting for you. Wang Yi paused, walked to the window and looked outside. It was discovered that Wang Liang's bic was really gone. Strange, why didn't she follow Lao Wang? At this time, Lao Wang took out 300 yuan of his own pocket money and gave it to Wang Yi. Xiao Wei is a nice person with a good family background. I accept her as my daughter-in-law. Take her out for a good meal. When will you bring her home? Let your mother see your future daughter-in-law, too. Wang Xia was secretly happy. If this happens, Lao Wang might not be able to sleep at night. Wang Yi looked at Lao Wang, what are you thinking about? I just graduated from high school. I'm still young. Students should focus on their studies. How can they have time to date? Wang Xia was interrupted and was stunned for a moment, who confessed to a female classmate in school before. Let me count, how many times? Now you tell me that you don't have a girlfriend, are you lying to your father? Before, I was blinded by lard, but now I have come to my senses. A wise man does not fall in love, and even dogs do not talk about love. What about Xiao Wei? Do you want to abandon her after having sex with her? I'm telling you, if you dare to let Xiao Wei down, I'll break your legs. Dad, you're already high before you even drink. Wang Wei and I are just classmates. There's nothing wrong with what you're thinking. Will her family agree? Lao Wang thought for a moment and said, it seems so. Lao Wang's wife is very aloof. That depends on your ability. For a girl, as long as she is devoted to you and follows you wholeheartedly, everything else is nothing. I'll give you another 100 to buy some gifts for Xiao Wei. What a beautiful thought. She is the perfect goddess of Jiangxing No. 1 middle school, as cool and graceful as the moon. If you still want others to be devoted to your son, why don't you go and check if there is smoke coming out of your ancestral graves and whether your ancestors are gathering together to smoke. But don't waste their $100. Wang Yi stuffed 100 yuan into his pocket and looked at Lao Wang and said, Dad, wasn't your private money confiscated? Lao Wang laughed and said, how can a man not have some private money? Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I'm going to tell Mom. Unless you give me another 100. Wang Yi got 500 yuan and went out happily. Then he saw Huang Wei sitting quietly on the sofa and stopped. Pursuing the school beauty Huang? He really hadn't thought about it. But now think about it, it should be quite exciting. If he could have a sweet love with such a beautiful girl with a good figure, the white moonlight of Jiangxing No. 1 middle school, his life would be worthwhile. However, he couldn't help but think of several bad relationships in his previous life. They were also quite sweet when they just started, and he also gave his utmost sincerity. But when the green arrow of the black bit shot into his head, it was so painful that he shivered. After experiencing pain twice, he didn't dare to try again. From now on, my heart is sealed with cement. Love can be played with, but affection is no longer a topic of conversation. What's more, she is such a beautiful school beauty. If he hits her again, he'll be in so much pain. Hi, campus beauty Huang, why are you alone? Where is Uncle Huang? Wang Yi put on a semi-professional smile and walked up to say hello. When Huang Wei's clear and quiet eyes met his, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, his somewhat stiff smile changed. Damn it, why did he feel a tingling sensation as if his heart was being grabbed? Isn't it just a smile? But, I heard that the boxing champion school beauty never smiles. The smile was also cold. But now, she looked so damn pretty with her gentle smile. He went to work for something. Wang Wei said. Oh, no wonder, did he just say anything to you? The girl raised her head and thought for a while, then said, he said he wanted you to take me back at night. It's still noon, why are you saying it's evening? Are you going to stay here till night? At this time, she said again, I'm hungry, please eat. When he touched the 500 yuan he had just received in his pocket, smiled and nodded, okay. Feng Liqin and Yu Huahua went shopping in the pedestrian street together. The two girls looked around but didn't buy anything. What's wrong with Shuyin? She didn't come out shopping when I asked her to, and she spoke as if she had a grudge against me. Yu Huahua said. I don't know, maybe I'm in a bad mood. Feng Liqin shrugged. Is it because of Wang Yi? You're crazy. You just rejected him and now you regret it. Why don't you just find him back? If you call him and say something nice to him, he will definitely come to you like a dog seeing a bone. Feng Liqin shook her head, I'm afraid it will be difficult this time. Why? Feng Liqin was about to speak, but suddenly her eyes fixed ahead with a look of surprise on her face. Yu Huahua didn't get an answer from Feng Liqin, so she glanced at her. Seeing her look of astonishment, she quickly looked over. That's Wang Wei. Yu Huahua also opened her eyes wide instantly. In the crowd in front of the pedestrian street, a pair of young boys and girls stood out from the crowd and walked slowly. They were Wang Yi and Huang Wei. They were holding a string of candied whores in their hands, licking them and talking about something. Maybe because there were too many people on the weekend, and they were afraid of being squeezed out, the girl gently pulled the boy's clothes with her slender and delicate little hand, with a satisfied and sweet smile on her face. A Huang Wei who can smile sweetly. Have you seen it? Anyway, Feng Liqin and Yu Huahua had never seen it before, so they were so surprised. And the way she was pulling the boy's clothes at this moment was even more unique. Then they saw an even more terrifying scene. Wang Yi, my string of candied whores is bitter. Is yours bitter? It's not bitter, it's sweet. I don't believe it. The girl took the boy's hand holding the candied whores and licked his candied whores with her tongue. Let's switch, yours tastes better. Feng Liqin and Yu Huahua were caught off guard and splashed in the face, their eyes almost popped out. Seeing that the two sides were about to meet, the two girls immediately turned around to face the stall, and first saw the boy and girl passing by them. I also heard some conversation between the two. Wang Yi, please walk slower. I can't keep up with you. I'm already very slow, it's my fault for having short legs. How are my legs short? They are longer than yours. BB. Let's compare. After the two men passed by, Feng Liqin and Yu Huahua turned around again and looked at their backs, with expressions of astonishment still on their faces. Is that really Huang Wei? Is it? Does Huang Wei have a twin sister? Probably not. After a while, Yu Huahua sighed softly and said, it's really difficult for Shuing to get the guy back. At noon, Wang Yi and Huang Wei went to eat a spicy hot pot meal. The prices in 1999 were really cheap. The total cost for two people was only 12 yuan, and we were so full after eating so much. Xiao Huang said his mouth felt a bit spicy, and happened to see someone selling candid whores on the nearby pedestrian street. The result was the scene that Fong Lachin and Yu Hua saw. After leaving the pedestrian street and walking into an alley, when he thought about sending Huang Wei back quickly. No matter whether it was night or not, he still had to look after Lao Wang. Unexpectedly, a person walked out from the front of the alley. He was swinging a wooden stick as thick as his arm in his hand and looking at them with ill intentions. Wang Yi was shocked. He knew this guy. He was Xiao Maifeng's younger brother, Xiao Chengfeng. The other party had weapons in his hands and it was obvious that he was well prepared. Wang Yi grabbed Huang Wei and walked back quickly. However, they had not walked 5 meters when 2 gangsters holding sticks came out from the corner and blocked their way. Chapter 29 The Candid Whores Fell. Run. See where you can run to. Xiao Chengfeng stared coldly at Wang Yi with a pair of dead fish eyes. It was unknown whether this guy had just been beaten up or not. There were bruises all over his face, and he looked like a stray dog. But soon he saw the charming appearance under the cold moonlight, and his eyes suddenly became hot. TSK, you bastard, you are so lucky, the girl you picked up is so beautiful. Little sister, come to your brother quickly. I will take you to have fun. If you follow that guy, you will be in trouble. While talking, the 3 of them surrounded Wang Yi and Huang Wei in the middle. Wang Yi held Huang Wei's hand tightly, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Speak. Weren't you very brave that day? Come over here and kick me again. Xiao Chengfeng shouted. This guy is just a scumbag among the street thugs, but he has checked Wang Yi and found that he is just a high school graduate, so he naturally doesn't take him seriously. He suffered a loss last time, and he will not be happy until he gets back at them. Xiao Chengfeng, I didn't put you in jail last time, but you're still unwilling to give up. Are you rushing to jail to accompany your brother-in-law? What the hell are you talking about? Don't you know? Your sister's nose was cut off, and your brother-in-law may never get out of here, and you're still showing off here. Xiao Chengfeng indeed didn't know about this. Mobile phones were not popular in that era, and he was hiding from loan sharks and was not at home at all, so he didn't hear the news. At this time, he snorted angrily, You little brat, you dare to curse me. Brothers, come on, beat this bastard first. At this moment, Wang Yi suddenly shouted at the entrance of the alley, Police, look here. The 3 thugs were stunned and looked towards the entrance of the alley. Wang Yi had already spotted a thick and long wooden pole nearby, and took the opportunity to grab it. However, when he had it in his hand and turned around to prepare for a big fight, he found that 2 thugs had already fallen to the ground, and the last thug was kicked hard in the face by the bright girl in front of him. Oh! Wang Yi looked at the 3 thugs. Xiao Chengfeng held his crotch, another one held his stomach, and the last one sat in the corner with a face full of tears. The girl stood there quietly with a cold look on her face. Sure enough, the boxing champion and school beauty is worthy of her reputation. Wang Yi's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. It was a wonderful feeling to be protected by someone, especially by a girl as beautiful as a fairy tale. But he was clearly holding the girl just now. When did she make a move? Oh, maybe I was too nervous just now and didn't notice that my hand was pulled away. Huang Wei, are you okay? Wang Yi threw away the wooden pole and checked the school beauty Huang up and down to see if she was injured. Huang Wei stared at the ground, his face full of grievance. The candid whores fell. It turns out that she looked so cool because she was angry about the candid whores that fell on the ground. It's okay, there are plenty of candid whores. I'll buy you another bunch later. I want 2. No, what if I have cavities? 1 for you. Oh, okay. It turned out that the string in Wang Yi's hand was also thrown on the ground. Wang Yi originally wanted to call the police. How could the lives of these street thugs be compared with those of a reborn porcelain like him? It would be best to kill them with 1 blow so that there would be no future trouble. However, after looking at the miserable appearance of the 3 men, he thought again and gave up the idea. In case the 3 thugs were not caught, they would be bitten back and have to pay for medical expenses. Wang Yi pulled Huang Wei and was about to leave. But then I thought, that's not right, you come to hit me when I'm still angry. So he walked back and kicked one of them, saying, Xiao Chengfeng, are you tired of living? How dare you bully the daughter of the police station chief? I'll spare your life this time, but if you do it again, you'll be sentenced to 3 years in prison. The first 2 people walked out of the alley side by side. The thug with blood all over his face finally got up and kicked Xiao Chengfeng in the face. Fuck, you bastard, you actually asked us to beat up the daughter of the police station chief. I have a grudge against you, right? The other one, who was holding his belly, kicked Xiao Chengfeng in the belly. Don't come to the billiard room again, I don't know you. 10 minutes later. As expected, Wang Yi bought 2 more strings of candid whores. Each person eats 1 skewer. Looking at the cute little girl in front of you licking the candid whores with her tongue out, it is absolutely impossible to imagine the scene of knocking down 3 gangsters in an instant. The contrast is too strong. However, who can not like a girl like this? After taking a look for 2 seconds, Wang Yi quickly turned his eyes away. He couldn't think about it anymore, especially the image of that rosy little tongue licking the candid whores. He got so drunk just thinking about it that the cement seemed to melt. Wang Yi, my father is not the chief of the police station. The girl said while licking. I know. I said that on purpose so that you don't have to take the blame again. I'm very strong, I'm not afraid of carrying it. Yeah, that's great. Wang Yi was walking forward when he suddenly heard a girl's voice from behind him. Wang Yi, I can't walk anymore. When I turned around, I found that the girl was several meters behind and standing there motionless. Why can't you walk anymore? You were just performing Wonder Woman. My feet hurt. Wang Yi looked down at her small feet hidden in her women's sports shoes, and suddenly thought of something. Are you injured? Wang Wei had a candid horse bulging in his cheek. He bit it and nodded. Is it serious? Come on, there's a stool over here, sit down and I'll take a look at it for you. Wang Wei looked at him and stretched out a hand. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment. Oh, I understand, this means he wants to support her. After helping her sit down, Wang Yi asked, which foot? The girl stretched out her left foot first. After a pause, he retracted his foot and stretched out his right foot. Wang Yi looked at her and felt it was a bit strange that she could stretch the wrong leg even though it hurt. Where does it hurt? Wang Wei stretched out a finger, hesitated for 2 seconds, and tapped the instep. Then I'll help you take off your shoes and socks first, bear with the pain. Wang Yi squatted in front of her, half knelt on the ground, first gently untied the laces of her white sneakers, then gently grabbed her ankles, and carefully helped her take off her shoes. Finally, the socks came off. But look at the back of her feet, they are completely white and there is no wound at all. Does it hurt here? You don't look injured. Wang Yi looked up at her. Oh, that might be a mistake. It's this foot. The girl stretched out her left foot again. Chapter 30. This cucumber has flavor. Even though Zhu Daocai was arrested, Xiao Maifeng was hospitalized, and Xiao Chengfeng was kicked by Xiao Wang Xiao's accident will definitely not happen again. However, Wang Yi still wanted to keep an eye on him. So before West Point in the afternoon, Wang Yi sent Wang Wei back home. In front of the unit door, Wang Wei said to Wang Yi, my foot really hurt a little just now, but I will recover quickly, do you believe it? Wang Yi nodded, believe it. You answered so quickly, without even a second to think. Then let me think about it, I believe you. Then tell me, did I save your life just now? Yeah. Then why don't you thank me? Thanks. That's too insincere, huh? Unless you tell me which school you're going to apply for when you fill out your application tomorrow, or which city you're going to. Wang Yi looked at the youthful girl, and had a vague feeling that he couldn't explain. He said, Xiao Huang, do you have any intentions towards me? What is your intention? You want my body? Roll. Yes, sir. Wang Yi turned around and left, never looking back. Wang Wei was so angry that his fingernails were about to be pulled off, but Wang Yi in front of him finally couldn't help but turned back and said with a grin, I'll go to Zhonghai. See you tomorrow, Xiao Huang. Wang Wei's lips curled up slightly. See you tomorrow, Xiao Wang. 9:30 in the evening. The celebration banquet of Dongfang Sanjian Jiangxing branch finally ended. Wang Yi and Wang Xia returned to their home in Suiyuan District 1 together. They finally put aside the uneasy feelings they had been feeling for a long time and felt relaxed. At this time in the previous life, Wang Xiao had already died. Live again and finally change history. Now to put it in one sentence, the road ahead is long and hard, but we can start over again. Dad, I saw you were very restrained just now and didn't dare to drink too much. I remember there are 2 bottles of Moutai in the cabinet. Why don't we drink them? Wang Yi said. Lao Wang froze for a moment. No, that's the 1997 commemorative edition, I'm still waiting for it to appreciate in value. Wang Yi was too tired to complain. How long will this take? Even after another 2 years, the price of this Moutai liquor will at most increase 10 to 20 times. However, when you have money, you can consider hoarding a room full of Moutai liquor. Appreciation is inevitable. When Moutai is mentioned, one naturally thinks of the Moutai magic stock. This stock did not exist in 1999, and it would have to wait until 2001 to be listed. Wang Yi is very familiar with this stock and bought a lot in his previous life, but it was too late when he entered the market. It only doubled and then it became a bit sluggish. I remember the lowest point was probably 2-3 years ago, when it was only around 10 yuan. We'll have to wait several more years. At this time, Shi Qingqing, with a cucumber on her face, came out of the bathroom and said, "Why are you still drinking in the middle of the night? Wang Yi, are you going to fill in your application tomorrow? Have you decided what to fill in? Hurry up and discuss it." Wang Yi glanced at the cucumber slices scattered all over his mother's face and said, "Mom, the cucumbers we ate yesterday, you didn't use them, did you?" Shi Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, "Yeah, so what if it's been used? Doesn't it mean it's not a cucumber after it's been used?" Old Wang and little Wang's faces suddenly changed. One rushed into the kitchen and the other rushed into the bathroom. Oh. Shi Qingqing hurriedly shouted outside, "I'm just kidding you, don't spit it out, I'll have to clean it up later." Wang Yi said, "I feel like what you said is a lie." The sound of Lao Wang retching could be heard from the bathroom again. Shi Qingqing was furious. "Wang Xiao, what do you mean by that, you old man? You ate the cucumber that I applied on my face before and said it was fragrant and sweet, and had my feminine scent, but now you despise it." Wang Yi's eyes widened. Did Lao Wang ever play like this before? 10 minutes later. Finally, peace returned to the house. Wang Yi became the target. He curled his lips and said, "Didn't you two say before that as long as I could get into a junior college, you'd be satisfied? As long as I can get a degree that's not worse than a junior college, it'll be fine." Shi Qingqing said, "You have scored over 500 points now, so of course it's different. You have to choose carefully." Wang Yi said, "What if I scored over 600 points? Shi Qingqing rolled her eyes, "If you get more than 600 points, I will call you dad." Wang Yi snorted and said, "You used to call me ancestor. You're doing me a disservice by calling me dad." Shi Qingqing turned around and got a feather duster. Wang Yi immediately said, "Zhonghai University, I'll apply for this." Lao Wang was stunned when he heard this. "You haven't even finished the Mao Tai yet, and you're already talking nonsense. If you don't get 600 points, forget about getting into Zhonghai University." "I said more than 600. Isn't it more than 500? You heard it wrong." The next day, Wang Yi was still sleeping soundly in bed when he heard Nersha banging on the door of his room. Bang, bang, bang. "Wang Yi, get up, your phone is on." After the experience of having his quilt pulled off a few nights ago, Wang Yi learned his lesson and locked the door of his room before going to bed. In addition, he was a little fanciful last night. Sometimes he was excited about changing history, and sometimes he was worried about traveling back in time. As a result, he didn't fall asleep until after 2 o'clock. Now is the time for him to have sweet dreams. After being called like this, I immediately became very angry when I woke up. No matter which idiot calls, don't answer it. It's your aunt. Wang Yi opened his eyes dazedly and thought about who his aunt was. My aunt is Shi Qingqing's biological sister, named Shi Fangfang. Wang Yi's grandmother gave birth to 5 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, which just made up 2 good names. In addition to Shi Fangfang and Shi Qingqing, Wang Yi's 2 uncles were named Shi Bailong and Shi Baihu respectively. His grandmother's family is actually in the countryside. Both of my uncles also have rural household registration. However, probably because both daughters were pretty, they were married to people in the city. Aunt Shi Fangfang's family had a shop in Jiangxing Flower and Bird Market, where they usually sold flowers and plants. Their son was the other child that Shi Qingqing often nagged in Wang Yi's ear. Cousin, Song Yuchen. Now I am a junior student at Jiangnan University of Technology. Wang Yi was not actually very close to this aunt. For one thing, his mother often used his cousin to teach him a lesson, so he kept his distance from her since he was a child. For another thing, this aunt also liked to show off, and often talked in front of his family about how their business was, what awards their son had won, and what valuable items the family had bought recently. Shi Qingqing's salary as a nurse plus Lao Wang's salary was indeed not as good as his family's business salary, so every time this happened, not only did Wang Yi feel a toothache, but Shi Qingqing was also uncomfortable. But what can we do? Her husband and son are not doing well, and as a woman she can only endure it. In the previous life, old Wang and Shi Qingqing passed away one after another, and Wang Yi seldom returned to Jiangxing. The relationship between relatives became even colder, and they often only saw each other once every few years. The year before Wang Yi was reborn, he only heard that this aunt had diabetes, but she took medicine every day and it was not a problem. What do you want to talk to me about? Just answer the phone. Little brat, hurry up and answer the phone. Your aunt is talking to you about filling out the application form. She specifically asked your cousin about it. Chapter 31 The School Beauty's Completely Different Attitude. Whispering sound. After all, I am a reborn Huawei engineer. Do I still need Song Yuchun, the gigolo, to give me guidance? Snort. But he couldn't stand Shi Qingqing's banging on the door, which made old Wang tremble in his heart. Little Wang had no choice but to put on a pair of shorts and go out to answer the phone. Hello, Auntie, long time no see. I missed you so much. Wang Yi said weakly with sleepy eyes. Shi Fanfan's laughing voice came from the other end. Xiao Yi, you are so sweet. You will have no problem finding a wife in the future. Shi Qingqing was right beside her. She pressed the hands-free button and said, Sister, please tell Xiaoyi about Yuchun's suggestion. This brat has been sleeping until now. Don't be late for filling out the application form later. Shi Fanfan said, Qingqing, don't worry. Filling out the application form is not the college entrance examination. It doesn't matter if you are a little late. Then let me tell you the news that my Yuchun found for Xiaoyi. He knows a teacher who joined the education bureau. I heard that the college entrance examination is more difficult today, but the number of college admissions has increased a lot, so don't worry about not passing. As long as you don't do too badly, and get a 3 points or something, it's basically no problem to maintain your original level. Xiao Yi, your cousin suggested that you apply to a normal school or something like that, where the admission score will be lower. The most popular departments now are computer science and financial management. He said that if you like playing games, you are more suitable for the computer department. Junior colleges are also popular. There are many junior colleges like this in Hangzhou. Although they can't compare with your cousin's Jiangnan University of Technology, you can still upgrade to a bachelor's degree in the future. If you have perseverance and good luck, you may be able to get into their school. He talked a lot. Wang Yi just let it go in one ear and out the other. Shi Qingqing frowned as she listened, because Shi Fanfan's tone of voice revealed a sense of superiority, and her words implied that Wang Yi would not be able to get into the kind of school his son attended. Wang Yi hummed and said, Aunt, I understand. Thank you. My cousin is a very nice person. Shi Fanfan smiled and said, Har har, we are all family, it's the way it should be. After a pause, he said, Xiao Yi, what is your estimated score this time? Wang Yi said, Oh, it's okay, that's all. Auntie, I have to pee urgently, so I'll hang up first. Please thank my cousin for me, and thank you Auntie for calling me so early in the morning. Kid, why are you so polite now? Well, go ahead. The phone call was hung up. Shi Qingqing stared at her son and said, Why didn't you tell her your true estimated score? She used Yuchun's score to make fun of us every day. I finally got a chance to be proud of myself, and you just killed me. Wang Yi looked at her and said, What's the point of being so proud over the phone? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to your grandmother's house? Your aunt will definitely go too. Wouldn't it be better to talk about it when we meet? Shi Qingqing's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yes, then just wait until you find out your college entrance examination scores before going. Is it really more than 600? 80% right. Pinch me, I still feel like I'm dreaming. From childhood to adulthood, there has never been such an opportunity. Wang Yi twisted Shi Qingqing's thigh without any hesitation. R. A scream pierced the roof, and scared old Wang so much that he almost bit his toothbrush off. Shi Qingqing jumped up and chased after Wang Yi, saying, You little brat, if you don't get 600 points by then, I'll twist you to death. When Wang Yi went out, it was rush hour. He found that he couldn't even squeeze through those old men and women. The main reason was that he was holding a bag of milk in his hand when he went out, and he was afraid that his milk would burst if others squeezed it, so he had to wait until the third bus before he could squeeze on. Of course I was late. However, it is just about filling out the application form. It doesn't matter whether you are late or not. Even as long as the application form is not submitted to the Education Bureau together, there is still a chance to change it. However, in the classroom of grade 3-1 of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. However, a strange scene appeared. School beauty Huang Weian sat quietly in her seat. From time to time, people from other classes came to ask her about the schools she was going to apply for, and each of them was extraordinary. For example, just now, a tall and long-legged boy wearing exquisite casual clothes walked in. As soon as this person appeared, many girls exclaimed, "Oh, it's the school hunk Liu Wei, my Liu god. Shen Liu, which university are you applying to? Can you tell me? God Liu, I have a camera, can we take a photo together?" The classroom immediately became noisy. It has to be said that Liu Wei is really handsome and multi-talented. He is good at playing basketball and can also breakdance. His father is also rich. Every time he plays basketball on the court, there are no less than 10 girls who bring him water. He came here this time also for Wang Wei. There was no one sitting next to Wang Wei. Originally, there was someone there, but after a few waves of people came, that classmate took the initiative to change seats. Liu Wei sat next to Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei with a smile, "Student Wang Wei, I'm Liu Wei. Can I ask which school you're applying to? Or, which city?" Dozens of eyes in the class were looking at that table. However, Wang Wei seemed not to hear it and did not even move. She was a little annoyed, and then she looked cold and aloof, telling strangers not to approach her. This is the 9th one. Wang Wei still didn't say a word. How many people do you think will come today? These guys are all unable to sit still today because today is the last time they come to school. Even if they can't go to the same school as Wang Wei, they want to be in the same city. After going to college, maybe they will have a chance. Perhaps only Feng Liqin, who was sitting next to He Shuiying, knew best that these people were doomed to fail, because she had seen the other side of this cold moonlight from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School. Her sweetness only bloomed for that guy. It's really like seeing a ghost. Why did Huang Wei fall for Wang Yi? She went back and thought about it all night but couldn't figure out the reason. She originally wanted to tell He Shuiying, but she didn't know what her best friend had experienced yesterday and was in a very low mood, so she didn't dare to speak. In the end, Liu Wei also returned disappointed. After a while, another brave man has arrived. Everyone knows the people who came this time. Rich second-generation Liu Shen. Liu Shen, of course, also came to look for Huang Wei. He also sat next to Huang Wei. This time, Huang Wei finally turned his head, looked at him and said in a cold voice, "Did you bring the photos?" Everyone in the class was shocked. What's going on? Campus beauty Huang finally spoke, and the first thing she did was ask Liu Shen for a photo. Are there any secrets between them? I brought it. Liu Shen immediately took out a photo and put it on the table. Huang Wei looked at it and saw a photo of 3 people. He frowned and asked, "Where's the other one?" Liu Shen had no choice but to take out a photo of Huang Wei and Wang Yi. This time, Huang Wei was finally satisfied and nodded, "You can go now." Liu Shen quickly said, "Huang Wei, I want to ask, what is your first choice?" Huang Wei stared at him with cold eyes, turned his head, put the photo away and stopped talking. Liu Shen waited for a long time and finally left the classroom in shame. At this time, Huang Wei turned around quietly, glanced behind him, and turned back a little disappointed. But at this moment, another person came in at the door. This time the person who came in was not from another class, but the late Wang Yi. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. The cold expression on his face gradually softened. Wang Yi quickly noticed her gaze. When their eyes met, the girl suddenly stretched out her slender white fingers, pointed at the seat next to her, and uttered 3 words in a singing voice, "Little Wang, sit down." Chapter 32 He is my brother. The classroom suddenly became quiet. You can hear a pin drop. Even a few students who were still studying how to fill out their applications suddenly noticed the sudden change in the environment around them, looked up in surprise, and then found that everyone seemed to be looking at a certain place, so they also turned their eyes over. Then, in full view of everyone, Wang Yi sat calmly next to Wang Wei, and heard him complain a little, "Xiao Huang, the canned haws we ate yesterday were too sour. My teeth are sore even when I drink milk today." Quiet. Continue to be quiet. The thoughts of countless students, although I don't know what he means by this sentence. I suspect he is showing off. Only Feng Lichin said, I know, he is just showing off and showing off his love. A few seconds later, there were ghosts howling in the classroom. Wang Yi, you bastard, what kind of drug did you give to Wang Xiaohua? Wang Wei, you need to wake up. What's so good about Wang Yi? Look at me. I'm 1,000 times more handsome than him. Wang Yi is a two-timing bastard. Stay away from scumbags. My white moonlight, is the dream shattered? The boy's wailing is just like farting. However, a girl who was usually carefree suddenly shouted, Wang Yi, Wang Wei, are you in a relationship? After this sound, the classroom became quiet again. Even He Shuyin pricked up her ears, looked at the couple, and listened to the next answer. Wang Yi saw that he couldn't dodge it, so he stood up and laughed, classmates, since you want to know so much, then fine, let's be frank. I won't pretend anymore. In fact, Wang Wei is my sister. Whispering sound. Fart. How could you have such a lovely sister? Wang Yi said, don't you believe it? Then listen to what Wang Wei called me. Xiao Huang, what did you call me? Wang Wei glanced at him with a cold gaze, then opened her red lips and called out sweetly, brother. Damn, how can it sound so nice? My bones are about to become crispy. Her screams are 10,000 times better than those of the girls in the club. After 2 seconds of silence in the classroom, there was an explosion. Holy crap, are they really brother and sister? Is it my cousin? It's been 3 years. Aren't you guys pretending too well? Why do you want to hide it? It's unjustifiable, isn't it? Wang Yi said with a sly smile, look, does my sister's calling of brother sound nice? I see many male classmates' eyes are full of wolfish light. Of course, I can't let you know, because only I can hear this sweet brother. Fuck, Wang Yi, you are not a human being. Wang Yi, are you in need of a brother-in-law? Brother, how about having lunch together at noon? I'll treat you. Amid the noisy atmosphere, the head teacher Gao Yali walked in with the sound of high heels, and gradually, the noise became quieter. But most of them whispered. For example, He Shuing and Feng Lichin were at the same table, having a heated discussion in whispers. Is Wang Yi really Wang Wei's brother? I haven't heard of it, but their fathers left in the same car that day, so it seems possible. It was hidden so deeply that it was never revealed before. This makes sense. Shuyin, look at Wang Wei, she's like an ice cube, no one can stop her. Those guys just now were all big names, but she ignored them all. She treated Wang Yi differently, so if they were this kind of relationship, then it's normal. He Shuyin nodded, and her tense eyebrows relaxed a little. I was wondering why Wang Wei got together with Wang Yi for no apparent reason. I can't understand it at all. Feng Lichin said, yes, I can't figure it out either. There is one more thing. I saw that you were in a bad mood today, so I didn't tell you. I was shopping with Hua yesterday and met them. Huh? What are they doing? They were also shopping, each with a candid horse. Wang Wei smiled so sweetly, and she even licked a bite of Wang Yi's candid horse. Isn't that scary? We really thought they were in love. Now we understand, they are brother and sister. Otherwise, if Wang Wei really wanted to find someone to date, there is no reason for her to find Wang Yi instead of Liu Wei. Liu Wei is so handsome, and he is deeply in love with her. Liu Wei, you like him too, right? He Shuyin glanced at her best friend, her expression suddenly became cold again, and she seemed to no longer feel blocked in her heart. You don't like it? He Shuyin snorted. Liu Wei had too high standards. She had wanted to keep him in her own fish pond, but Liu Wei was not interested in her. After Gao Yali came in, she sighed about the teacher-student relationship over the past 3 years, said a few sentimental words, and then began to explain the details of filling out the application form and the location to pay attention to. After this, it is time for everyone to fill in their own application forms. However, Gao Yali suddenly walked over to Wang Wei, and when she saw Wang Yi sitting next to her, she frowned slightly. Wang Yi's grades in the class were just average. She already knew his family background and his parents' occupations very well and thought that this student was just so-so. However, Wang Wei was different. Even though her family background was not the best in number 1 middle school, it was still something that many people could not even dream of. In her opinion, if Wang Yi wanted to pursue Wang Wei, he was just overthinking like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Wang Wei, come with me. Gao Yali said to Wang Wei with a smile. Wang Wei looked at her with cold eyes and nodded. Then he thought of something and said to Wang Yi, "Don't fill it out yet. Wait for me." Seeing this scene, Gao Yali frowned again. She looked at Wang Yi a few times, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Wang Wei followed Gao Yali out of the classroom. Fatty Wu Chi immediately came up to him and said, "Brother Yi, is what you just said true?" Wang Yi said, "What did I just say?" You said that you and Campus Beauty Huang are brother and sister." "Oh, what's wrong? Do you have any objection?" No, how dare I have any objection, it's just. Wang Yi interrupted his stuttering, "What did you choose to fill in?" The fat man immediately said, "Brother Yi, I was just about to ask you, how are you going to fill it in?" Wang Yi pointed to a column in the university directory and showed it to him. Zhonghai University. The fat man was instantly surprised. This must be 600 points, right? I'm talking about Zhonghai. I was planning to fill in Hangzhou. As far as I can remember, Fatty did go to a not-so-famous undergraduate school in Hangzhou in his previous life, where he studied foreign trade economics. The admission score in 1999 was indeed not high, but with Fatty's score, it was indeed unlikely for him to get into a good undergraduate university. Wang Yi just said, "In Zhonghai metropolis, there are many bosses and many opportunities." The fat man's eyes immediately lit up. "Brother Yi, whichever school you choose, I will go with you." In the corridor outside, Gao Yali showed concern for Wang Wei's grades and aspirations, and asked about his well-being, acting like a patient, enthusiastic and caring teacher who was dedicated to her students. However, in the entire class, only Wang Wei received such treatment. As for the other students, they should first find good parents. Wang Wei remained calm and silent, nodding occasionally. At this time, Gao Yali changed the subject. "What's going on with Wang Yi? Is he pestering you?" Wang Wei shook his head. Gao Yali continued, "Didn't he pursue He Shuyin before? He even confessed his love to her. How come he suddenly turned around? This Wang Yi is really a headache. He doesn't focus on studying, but only on pursuing girls all day. Wang Wei, you must not be influenced by him. Your grades are good enough to get into a key university, but for him, it's good enough to get into an undergraduate program. Especially now that you are filling out your application, don't be fooled. I'll ask him to change his seat after you get in." Wang Wei glanced at Gao Yali and said, "Teacher Gao, I asked him to sit there." "Are you kid, why are you just? He is my brother." Gao Yali was stunned. She had been a class teacher for 3 years and had read Wang Wei's file several times. How could she not know about this? However, the file would not say whether they were relatives. "He is your brother. Are you relatives?" Wang Wei lowered his head, looked at his toes, and whispered, "Cousin."